This meeting is being recorded.
Good afternoon. Notice of a public meeting of the Commission of the City of Brownsville. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will conduct a regular meeting on January 17, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers located at the second floor, on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be available to the public in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Mayor Pro Tem, it is 5:02. You may call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Yoli. I hereby call this meeting to order.
Next item on the agenda is invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's all stand for the prayer, and please remain standing afterwards for the pledge. Father God, we thank you for this beautiful city that we're blessed to be a part of. Lord God, we're blessed in so many ways here. Today, as we mourn the passing of one of our former city employees, we ask you to bring comfort to their family, bring comfort to all the friends and those that knew her, Lord God. We ask for blessing and healing in every way that's necessary, Lord, according to your love. And Lord, as we go further into this meeting, we ask you for a special blessing and anointing on our new city manager, Helen Ramirez. We ask you to give her divine direction and wisdom as she fulfills the responsibilities of city's manager. We ask you to give her the support that she needs and the protection she needs and the ideas that she needs. And Lord, we ask those same things for our Mayor Pro Tem today in this meeting and our city commissioners and everyone that has anything to say. Let it all be for the very best for the city of Brownsville and for your glory. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. And now we'll have a short moment of silence where we can all add our prayers to what has already been spoken. Amen. Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible. Texas flag, pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God.
Next item, we have oath of office administered, swearing in of Ms. Helen Ramirez, City Manager.
Okay, we have the oath of office, so can you raise your right hand and repeat after me? In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of City Manager of the City of Brownsville of the state of Texas and will do to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God. Sorry. And will do to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God. If we have we have one more. Yep, sorry, guys. There's the statement of officer. I state your name. Do solemnly swear or affirm that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or anything of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, appointed, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God.
Next item, we have proclamations. First proclamation for Ms. Mary Elizabeth Altman Ituria.
A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, honoring Mary Elizabeth Altman Ituria and her life and legacy. And I believe we have Mr. Gene Fernandez on site with us tonight to receive this. If you'd like to come up to the podium, Gene. Excellent. And her grandson, George. I did not realize George was with us. Welcome. A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, honoring Mary Elizabeth Altman Ituria, her life and legacy. Whereas Mary Ituria chose Brownsville, Texas as her adopted home of over 75 years, where she was a dedicated wife, mother, grandmother, friend, and citizen. And whereas Mary Ituria was committed to selfless service to the United States, to the state of Texas, to the Brownsville community, and to her fellow man. And whereas Mary's passions led her to leadership positions with charitable organizations focused on historic preservation, the arts, literacy, health, safety, education, beautification, and recreation in our community and beyond. And whereas Mary's heart and identity made her a strong diplomatic voice, which gave birth to so much in Brownsville, which makes us the community we are today, from bringing EMS services and the first ambulance units to our city, to preservation of treasures in local museums and parks, to being one of the founding members of the Brightest Shining Star, which represents our culture and our people, Sombrero Festival during Charro Days. And whereas Mary Turia has not only left an indelible mark on the heart and soul of our city, but has also touched countless hearts and inspired people across generations of family, friends, and acquaintances, which leaves a legacy of so many who give back to our community and the world today, and who will continue to do so for generations to come. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby celebrate the life and legacy of Mary Elizabeth Altman Ituria, and further call upon all citizens to do the same, to be inspired by a life of devotion and good works, and to carry on a great legacy by creating one of your own, which includes making your community and the world a better place. Done this 17th day of January 2023, signed by the mayor and members of the City Commission of Brownsville.
Right into the mic.
My name is Eugene Fernandez, and I'm proud to say that Mary Ituria was my friend. I'm actually more proud to say that she claimed me as her friend. To a lot of people, it may be just common knowledge that that she spoke to so many people in her given day. But what was actually revealed in my last 25 years of friendship with her is that there's another side of her, is that she may have spoken, but she didn't talk to a great large circle. She talked in the conversation to only a very, very slim few. And I was privileged to be in that circle. It was an amazing series of years with us in particular, because we knew all the same people. Our families had gone together for 4 generations, going back to Don Francisco and of course, my great-grandfather. And so we talked as though actually the main bulk of our conversations were the second half of the 20th century, 1950 to the year 2000. And we were living in those years. She would start a sentence and I would finish it. And I would start a sentence and she would finish it. And we were talking about all of the great people that Brownsville has seen. And that is our blessing as Brownsville. We have seen some very great people. And all of the names that, the majority of them, if you live those number of years that she was graced to live, all of those names that are no longer with us, they brought a smile on her face when she was talking. And there was this way, George, you can definitely attest to this, and those that knew her, is that she would tilt her eyes up to a corner up here and broaden that smile. And the eyebrows would go up when she hit a happy moment in her recollections. She was in the time in her life where recollections meant so very, very much. And so if I gave her comfort in our conversations that when we met frequently, then I'm so pleased to have done so. But look at the recollections that she gave, the footprint of Brownsville and the community, the long shadow that she cast in our community. It is enormous. It would be hard to even think that that is going to be seconded. I'm going to read one passage here that I wrote for her that pretty well sums it up. This was back in the year 2013. It was called Le Porteur de la Torche. In French, that means the torchbearer, okay? And it was for the occasion of probably Outstanding Service Award or whatever. And it says, okay, Ms. Uturia, we want to take this moment to thank you from the depths of our hearts for stepping up and of your own volition, lending support to yet another mission that few would have given a second notice. You have, in all of our recollection, displayed such a selfless attention to what would commonly be called lost causes. But for the presence of that calling that is innate in only a sacred few, St. Jude Thaddeus is but a medallion in someone's pocket, yet there are that spirit of specie within you. These are the craving souls, the caring ones, in their silent manner, tend to those ragged details that surprise us all by becoming the beacons by which our culture is guided. Those are the visionaries that have that rare ability to hear the otherwise silent message that guides the feeble and inspires the able to keep a lit candle over the dim path of human progress, the torchbearer. A trite tribute for claiming that the mold was broken upon your birth is made more deserving by praying, if those such as you were to cease to exist, the road to doom would surely and rapidly unfold before our civilized world. May you live 1,000 years. You dear, dear soul. See, that was Miss Uturia, a torchbearer. I want to thank you very, very much for the honor that you've bestowed upon my friend. And her grandson, George Farish, is say some words as well.
Good afternoon. I want to just keep my remarks very brief and say to the mayor and all the commissioners how grateful we are for this proclamation. I'm very touched. Our whole family is very touched. We read it this morning and many of us broke into tears. My grandmother did not seek out awards and recognition, but she earned them throughout her life. This community was her adopted home. She lived here for 75 years. She was born in Alabama and got to Texas as quickly as she could. I know she's looking down with a smile on her face. The future of this community is bright, and I just encourage each and every one of you to continue her legacy, continue to serve your community before you serve yourself. That's what she would want. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next one, we have proclamation, tree planting remembrance ceremony.
Could all of our donors come up to the front, please? Thank you. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, designating December the 27th, 2022 as the start of the tree planting remembrance ceremonies. Whereas due to COVID-19 pandemic, the U.S. has lost over 1 million American lives, forever changing our nation. And whereas in the city of Brownsville alone, over 1,000 lives were lost over the course of the pandemic. And whereas, therefore, to recognize the lives lost, the Forest Remembers Project was created in its wake to create a growing forest that will live on in the city's local parks. And whereas, to honor the lives that have left this earth, the city has begun planting trees that honor the past, present, and future of the loved ones lost. And whereas throughout time, the trees will grow and create a special place for everyone to reflect and remember those who have parted ways from the community. And whereas the remembrance ceremony and Forest Remembers incentive would not have been made possible without the following sponsors: Valley Baptist Medical Center, Brownsville, Valley Regional Medical Center, Doctors Hospital, Renaissance Health, Brownsville, Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation, the Brownsville Public Utilities Board, the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, the City of Brownsville, and the Brownsville Beautification Committee. Now therefore, be it resolved by the City Commission of the City of Brownsville recognizes December the 27th as the beginning of one of 5 tree planting remembrance ceremonies in the city. Additionally, the city humbly encourages all of our citizens to take part in planting a tree to honor the lives lost and to heed the following. Our lost loved ones are never truly lost. They've only shifted into a different way of being part of us. Plant a tree of remembrance, the forest remembers. Done on this, the 17th day of January, 2023, signed by the mayor and the city commission. And if I might add, before we take our picture, if I might add, you know, we all have children, or many of us have children, and we are used to marking the door frame as they grow, and then you look back and say, oh, look how tall they grew, and so on and so forth. A tree lives on for generations, and it was our desire to mark the lives that we lost, not just on a door frame and not just on a plaque or a memorial monument, but on something that will follow and live for generations. Thank you so much for helping us to do that.
Step back, please. 2 feet back. That's right. Please do all.
Thank you guys for doing this. Thank you very much.
Next item, we have public comment period. We have 1 public comment, Mr. Erasmo Castro.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Cowan and the rest of the commissioners. Today, I received a response from the attorneys who are representing PUB and John Brusiak. It didn't surprise me that much that the individuals that they have used in order to respond to the civil lawsuit that we have filed against PUB and John Brusiak was answered by a law firm that is associated with our former mayor, Tony Martinez. And for some reason, it always seems that everything is connected, one to another and to another. One of the things that shouldn't have shocked me, but it was a little bit surprising. You know, I think one of the things that we as the citizens of Brownsville are wanting and demanding is a little bit more transparency, a little bit more openness in regards to what gets done. I don't think that we've received any of the above. Recently, we read how PUB is thinking out and planning on returning 29 million of the dollars that was taken from the amounts that we still don't know exactly what amount was taken from the citizens of Brownsville. You know, I had calculated at 135 million. I think the last one that we saw was 176 million. We just don't know. These are pennies to the dollars of the money that was taken from the poorest individuals in the city of Brownsville. These monies were taken from the people of Brownsville because of deception, because of fraud, and because of information that was badly given not only to this commission or to previous commissions, but to all of Brownsville as a whole. So in short, a lot of the individuals that are still on this commission had dealt with a Tenasca matter in one way or another, or were sitting commissioners at that time. Y'all failed us then. You failed us now. And if the reports that are coming out on the news in regards to the 29 million that should be distributed by April are factual, you're probably going to continue to fail us in the future. It is embarrassing that we were made fools of as a community, and that so much money was taken from us, and that pennies are going to be returned to the individuals of the city of Brownsville. Please continue to remember that you serve at the will of the people. You serve the people, and it's not the other way around. The individuals that reside in this community that were taken advantage of by PUB, by John Brujak, and by a former mayor are the poorest individual in this community. And whilst a lot of us may be able to have paid the amounts that were overcharged to us, there's a lot of individuals here in the city of Brownsville that could not, and to this day cannot. So please continue to work on being a little bit more on the transparent side. Please dish out more information in regards to exactly how the return of the money is going to happen. And please hold PUB board members accountable, because what they have gotten away with is embarrassing. Thank you.
Mr. Castro.
Next item, we have work session. Item number 1, presentation and discussion regarding Brownsville Public Utilities Board updates on various matters, included but not limited to Tenasca, Brownsville PUB General Manager, CEO, and communication plan with City Commission.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. Our Chair, Vice Chair, and Interim GM were unavailable today, so they asked me to be here in their place. My name is Patricio Sampaio. I'm a member of the joint COB-BPUB subcommittee, as well as the chairman of the Finance Committee. And with me tonight are members of our finance team, as well as members of our communications team to answer any questions. I know a presentation was submitted. I'm guessing that's what the slides that they're going to be going through, and I think you all have hard copies of that slide as well. All of the information that's in that presentation has been presented in one form or another during our Finance Committee meetings, our BPUB board meetings, and also most recently at the joint COB-BPUB meeting. So none of the information in this presentation should be new, but we wanted to make it available nonetheless because it helps provide some additional details. And I'm not sure, I think the public has had a chance to look at this as well, but this, you know, as always, it's helpful to share it so that they have another chance to take a look at it and share any feedback. So the staff, finance staff and communication staffs will provide the bulk of the presentation. I just wanted to provide a quick intro. One of the things that you will see in here is a detailed breakdown of the Tenasca revenue, as well as the Tenasca Equity Fund, the revenues that were generated in what years, and then how they were distributed. And then there's a more detailed breakdown on what years there was revenue generated and placed into the Tenasca Equity Fund. There are a couple of additional slides that go into more detail. Again, if there are any questions, you can direct them to staff. And then towards the end of the presentation, you're going to have 2 slides that go into more detail regarding the bond covenant that lays out the process that BPUB needs to follow in order to disperse or dispose of any substantial asset of the system. I believe you've got the information there in the presentation. It also identifies the city ordinance that includes that language. And then the final slide is a proposed timeline that was put together by BPUB staff based on a previous transaction which required Brownsville PUB to go through the same process. And so as of now, that timeline works out to approximately 90 days. However, as was made clear at our joint meeting on Friday, BPUB staff and city staff have committed to work hand in hand to make sure that we can move through this process as quickly as possible. And if there is an opportunity to shorten that timeline, they have assured us that they will do everything in their power to make sure that that is done. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. Otherwise, I'll hand over the mic to our finance staff first. Mike and Monica are here to present on numbers and any questions that you may have. And then Estrella and Ryan are here with our communications team to address any questions that you all may have regarding our communications plan. Anything I can help with?
No
All right.
questions yet. Thanks, Pat.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Again, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sampaio. So, good evening, City Commissioner. So my name is Mike Perez. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Brownsville Public Utilities Board. I'll be going through, provide a brief update on Tenaska as it relates to the distribution of the $29 million Tenaska Equity Fund. This presentation, like Mr. Sampaio alluded to, had already been presented to the City of Brownsville and PUB subcommittee that was held this past Friday. I am going to report just on a few slides. A lot of this information. There you go. So a lot of this information has already been provided in the past. So on this slide, we've got the Tenaska base rate revenue analysis. We calculated the revenue pre-existing before the rates, and then after with the rate increases using our rate model worksheet. And so, and then we came up with a variance. This variance represents the amounts that were collected from the Tenaska rate increases, and that amounted to $179,697,883. We then further allocated the monies between growth-related rate increases and those related to the Tenaska rate increases. So we see here that the Tenaska-related increases were at $113,862,918. So jumping over to this slide here on page 4. So based on these revenues, the $113 million, the city's 10% share was at $11,386,293. And so that left a net balance of $102,476,625. So of this net balance, $29 million, which was collected in 2013 through October of 2016, was actually set aside in BPUB's Capital Improvement Fund. It was set aside to be used to pay for accrued interest during the construction period of the plant. It was going to take a couple of years, and so this $29 million is going to cover debt service during that time frame. The remaining balance, $73,476,625, was all returned to the customers as a subsidy toward the fuel and purchase energy charge on their monthly bills. I do want to mention that these numbers that are being presented here are currently being reviewed by our external auditor, Burton McCumber and Longoria, and they'll be providing a report specifically on the Tenaska Equity Fund by mid-February. Okay, so lastly, here on this slide, the distribution of the remaining $29 million in the Tenaska Equity Fund has triggered the requirement of Section 33L of the current bond ordinance. The BPUB board, through advice of our bond counsel, has taken the position that this particular section of the bond ordinance applies and has directed staff to proceed with compliance with this provision. So here we have the full language of Section 33L of the current bond ordinance. This provision identifies 4 steps that need to be taken when a need is identified to dispose any significant or substantial part of the system, and the $29 million distribution is considered a significant part of the system. So the steps are outlined here on this slide. Step 1, the designated financial officer executes and delivers a certificate to the governing body to the effect that following such action by the board, the system is expected to produce gross revenues in amount sufficient to cover our debt service requirements. Number two, the governing body, which is the city, makes the findings and determination to the same effect as a certificate provided by the designated financial officer. Item number three, we would need to hire a nationally recognized consulting firm to produce a report that will state that the action will not impair the reliability, efficiency, or availability of utility services required to be delivered to the customers of the system. And then the fourth step that's outlined here is obtaining letters from the rating agencies, pretty much affirming action will not result in a withdrawal or lowering of BPUB's bond rating. So we also went ahead and provided a draft timetable. Here we are. Draft timetable. So if here we do show the four steps that need to be taken care of. If the process can be accelerated, we will request a special board meeting and city commission meetings in order to gather those necessary approvals and resolutions. We've already advertised the request for proposals for the engineering firms and expect to receive those proposals tomorrow. Here again, this timeline is a tentative timeline that would take us through April 19th to complete, but we do anticipate to accelerate this process, and we'll make sure to work together with the city and then make sure that we can expedite the process. So, any questions?
I have a question. Have you guys already had conversations with the rating agencies about this?
No, we have not. That's something.
Just to get their initial feedback or, okay. Okay. And then another question, did the 29 million generate any interest income during that time?
No. In accordance with the bond ordinance, any interest that's earned on our unrestricted funds, and the capital improvement fund is an unrestricted fund, gets transferred to our plant fund, which is a general fund on a monthly basis. It's considered part of gross revenues, and the city does share 10% of that. So the $29 million just sitting in a capital improvement fund without any accrued interest.
What happens though if one of the rating agencies were to say, no, this would be detrimental to the company's ratings?
Well, at that point, then we'll need to make an assessment as to whether the money does get returned or not. If it does, then we run the risk of a potential downgrade. But it doesn't mean that we don't distribute, but we could face that potential downgrade in the bond ratings.
Personally, I would like to see, I'm looking at this chart and it leads all the way to April 20th, which is about almost 4 months away. And so I feel it's very important that as you're going through these steps, you realize that that money is sitting in account without any interest accruing or anything adding any value to it. And there are homes and there are citizens who are still, that money belongs to them. So if this can be done as fast as possible and as prompt as possible, and that those special meetings are called to bring in the PUB board and the city commission to make sure that that money is passed back to the ratepayers as soon as possible. I'm glad that you're going through these steps, but I just really want to see that it's done as fast and fairly as possible. Every month, families are struggling, especially during these times of inflation, and that money belongs to them.
And we'll keep communications open with the city and our board. Make sure that if the opportunity presents itself, then we'll expedite. Like I mentioned, we expect to get the proposals for the engineers in tomorrow. We can speed up the process and maybe have our committee already rank the proposals by this Friday, and maybe early next week, we can schedule a special board meeting so that we can accelerate the process.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that that's being considered.
Yes.
And I just have a side comment. I know we've had conversations about the 11 million that the city received from the transfer. And, I'd like an update on the options that we have as a city to potentially refund that money as well, because I think that's important.
Yeah, we can review options on how that 11 million is not in a fund such as the Tenasca Fund, but we
Sure.
can look at options moving forward if that is something that you would like.
Thank you.
And Mike, I want to thank you and your team. I know we've been at this for a while and we were all here till 7 o'clock on a Friday night. And at times I know it was tense in that room, but it was very clear when we walked out of that everybody's dedicated to start this process to get the money back to the citizens as fast as possible. And then to still continue to explore what options we have to do things even beyond that. So we thank you guys for your partnership on it.
Thank you.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Can I make a comment? In the future, I would like for the meetings of the special committee. I think it's on. Or, I would like for the meetings, or I would suggest that the meetings for the special committee to be published so that anyone who wants to attend can listen in. I don't know if it was filmed or not, recorded or not, but as part of the transparency that everyone's requesting, I think it's only fair that that those special meetings as well be open to the public.
Yes, I think that's possible. Council? Yes.
Yes, that's possible.
Hi, good afternoon, City Commission. My name is Estrella Solórzano. I'm the Acting Director of Communication Administrative Services with BPUB. With me here today is Ryan Greenfield. He's our Communication and PR Manager. And we're here to talk to you about the communication plan. I think we can agree that both BPUB and the COB's main objective is to communicate to our residents the need for preparedness in an emergency event and overall awareness in what we're both doing for our residents and for our community. On September 13th, Ryan represented the Communications Department in the Joint Subcommittee meeting, and we did talk about opportunities that we have where we can increase our collaboration and work together to make sure that that awareness is shared with our community. As part of some of the things that we've done, I have personally spoken to city staff regarding scheduling monthly meetings with our communications department to increase, one, our engagement, and also to plan out the communications on items that have greater community impact. We've also talked about press releases and how we can provide those press releases with a prior notice to the city so they can assist us in communication internally as well as pushing out those communications to the residents and in their social media outlets as well. We did also discuss when we have community projects or such as the road closures that we've been having because of the projects that we're having with BPUB, provide longer notices to the residents so they can pre-plan those routes and give them that awareness because that is very important. We have discussed it internally and we will be working with the city and continuing that and improving that collaboration as well. It is important and we're here to do that. In addition to that, some of the things that we are doing, our main source of communication is our website as well as our social media outlets. We are making improvements to our website. We're currently working on a landing page that will provide updates and project updates. We have one, but we want to be able to provide those constant updates to our communities where our residents have a place to go where they can see what's happening, why these projects are taking place, and how it's going to benefit the community. That's what I have. Ryan, I don't know if you want to add something else or if there's any questions.
Just add that one of the other items that we did discuss at the meeting was looking into live streaming the board meetings that BPUB has as well. That is something that we are testing and we're hoping to be rolling that out very soon. But kind of to Estrella's point, more than anything, it's knowing that we're all on the same team and making sure that we use the resources that we have and that the city has to be able to push out the information and message to our community.
That we may answer for you today?
I'd just like to add, I appreciate all the work you guys do. I have seen a big improvement in the communication coming out of PUB, and thank you for that.
Comment, and I too have seen a big improvement, but in all of this process, it occurs to me as I look at social media and such, that there's a lot of anger about other issues, not really Tenasca. And whether that's right or wrong or whatever, I urge you to look back at some of those issues and see if maybe this is an opportunity that you can improve communication for those items as well, so that in the end, it's better, not just regarding Tenasca, but everything.
Yes, ma'am. We do look at those comments, and we are working on, that's one of the objectives of the project landing page. A lot of the items have to do with some of the projects that have been out there in the community currently, so we are going to have that information. For example, we did also receive some feedback regarding communications and weather events. We tried really hard to make improvements in this weather event. I know that that was a big item during Uri as well, and be able to provide live updates to our customers as those things are happening. So we are working on improvement. We appreciate the feedback, and we will continue to make improvements for you guys.
And I just want to make the comment that we very much appreciate the linemen and all of the crews that were out there over this last freeze and things like that. So just keep up the good work as far as staff is concerned. They're doing a great job. We appreciate you being transparent and open with the community and doing your best to make sure to get the right message out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as an aside, because this affects my constituents. So I live in, I've lived the area where Boca Chica, where it's being fixed. And I know that Owens is going to get fixed to provide more access to water lines for the tower. So I would only ask that the residents of there, and even people who, because we use a lot Owens to cross from Boca Chica to Southmost, to give them at least advance notice or plenty of advance notice, and maybe give them also a projected timeline as to how long they can anticipate that they're going to have to reroute themselves and not be able to use that street. But good work on it, because I saw today on the Herald, it's on the cover that they're going to move closer to the Four Corners. So that kind of advance notice is really appreciated, and you can't say it enough because not everyone uses the same forms of media to inform themselves. But thank you for that.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mike, I have another question for you. When we were in the subcommittee, you all spoke about the way the money was given back, right? When you were capping the cost. I think it's important for you to get into that. You have it here. You're talking about how much money was given from the Tenasca and how much was given that was not from the Tenasca, and how that really helped us keep the rate apparently lower than it would have been. I think that's important for us to communicate that, especially as PUB spent $73 million? So I think that's just important. You should touch on that. I know you didn't go into it right now, but I do think it's important for you to touch on that.
Okay, so this is probably the slide that you're referring to here. So here's the $73 million, $73 million that was remaining net from the Tenasca rate increases after we set aside the 29 million, and the city got their share of 11 million. So on top of that, we did identify some additional surplus funding from 2013 all the way to 2023, total of $75 million. So combined, we gave back $148,950,000 so that we were able to maintain that average customer bill of for a 1,000 kWh user at $102 per month through October of 2021. So by subsidizing the fuel cost onto all the customers. So the rate that we had set, that fuel charge since October of 2016, was set at 0.02952, 2.9 cents per kWh. Actual costs were ranging between 5-6 cents. So that difference that would have been billed to the customer was actually being subsidized by returning that Tenasca equity and the surplus that was also added into the fuel stabilization fund.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just wanted you to go into it a little so you could start at least putting it out there just in case we do get questions. We have a little bit of information on the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, we have presentation and discussion regarding Charter Review Committee's recommendations.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. Vito Cardenas, your chair for the CRC. I've brought along some of our committee members to go through a presentation for y'all of what we've accomplished in this short time for y'all. And we'll start with Gerardo Martinez. Gerardo Martinez.
Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. And my name's Gerardo Martinez, and I'll be going over some of the information just to give you some insight into what we did in the Charter Review Committee. There we go. So we started meeting several weeks ago, and I think there's only been 2 weeks that we haven't met because of the holidays, of course. But since day one, we wanted to really focus on, what the goal was, right? So through a lot of the discussions that I'll touch on a little bit later, this is kind of what we came up with, basically building a framework of responsibility and communication and governance such that the city commissioners are maintained informed on the infrastructure, financial activities, and obligations. Also to provide and address the impact to ratepayers and residents. This little visualization tries to illustrate that. So the P there is the problem definition, and then the solution is really the time and energy that we spent on reviewing that. In the problem statement, again, we started off and we really weren't clear what the expectation was, what we needed to do. So the opening there is really the divergence of topics that we reviewed. Many of you participated in our meetings or saw them online. One of the critiques we got was that, there was a lot of topics that we were covering, but we wanted to make sure we did our due diligence, and then in the end, redefine the problem in a way that we can address it as the Charter Review Committee. Once we did that, as I mentioned earlier, we started, again, just looking at different solutions, different topics. We touched on the bond ratings. We touched on, what had happened. We met with community members. I met with people that I didn't know previously, specifically to meet and discuss, what information was there. I personally read, both of the forensic reports, touched base with several individuals. Also, the city, obviously city staff and PUB were present in all of our meetings, and they were able to provide all the information that we requested in as many directions that we were attacking and looking at the problem. Obviously, all of us on the committee are also Brownsville residents and ratepayers, right? So in the end, we also are representative of the community to a certain extent. So I think we took the responsibility very seriously, and all of us did our work to make sure that we had a pretty good understanding. The other thing is that everyone on the committee was very independent. We didn't have unanimous decisions on everything. We actually had a lot of discussion, and that also provided, a little bit of confusion when you were looking at it from the outside. But the intent was there, for us to find the best solution and make the best recommendations to you in making sure that we have the best in mind for the community.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Trey Mendez has joined the meeting virtually.
Thank you.
Sure where to point this. Oh, there we go. So this image, again, is kind of a summary, and we tried to do it in a visual way, not just for you, but also to help the community understand things that we had, that we tried to balance. Number one was building trust with the community. That was very clear, as we've seen, just on people coming up here in your previous meetings, obviously social media, and just in discussions with the community members. That is something that in the decision makings that we were having, we tried our best to make sure we had the trust building in mind. Also, communication in general, as we've said, and I think all of you highlighted right now, that the communication with PUB has improved, and I think that's been clear. And I hope to see more information also on social media and online to help those that don't participate in the meetings. They can also come to speed and have an understanding. There were potential adverse effects that we took into consideration as well, right? We didn't want to make a short-term decision and have a long-term negative impact. And there were several things under that category. Cost was one. Right, so all of this, I think, stemmed from the costs that were related to the bills, and we wanted to make sure that, to the extent possible, we can ensure that the community continues to get, the lowest cost possible. Turnover on the board to a certain extent, and obviously we discussed the bond ratings as well. So I think Mike mentioned the bond ratings is maybe potentially negatively impact, but it doesn't mean that we can't make decisions going forward independent of that, right? That's kind of a short-term pain up until, the bond ratings would increase based on the performance of BPUB. I'm not going to go through each slide, but we wanted to include them here on your package. This is the current version of the city charter, section 6. So it just kind of goes into some level of detail there on, what the expectation is for the PUB board, et cetera, et cetera. This here is kind of a summary of the decisions that we made collectively. We did have a lot of discussions again. A lot of the things didn't pass. We did use the TOMAC, right, just to make sure that everybody was able to express their views and use their judgment based on their perspectives. So this image here, we tried to make it in a visual representation of the level of oversight that the commission can have over PUB, one way, or less oversight on the other, right? And we were wanting to share this. These are the ones that that passed the decisions, but we did look at the spectrum. We had included originally things that we did not vote, but we removed them just to minimize the confusion. But we did look at all of the spectrum of decisions. So we just wanted to share that. Even though these are the main recommendations. I'm going to focus on the one on the right, which says COB can remove any number of PUB board members with supermajority. We do have 3 recommendations that may seem like they're in conflict. In reality, they can be ors, right? The first one that we voted was without cause, right? So supermajority and without cause, any number of PUB members could be removed. We also recommended that we do for cause for breach of fiduciary responsibility. And then another one, for cause, due to published charges and a reasonable opportunity to defend him or herself. So even though you do have the without cause that would kind of trump the other ones, it could be without cause or of breach of fiduciary responsibilities, or if there are any charges are made, et cetera, right? So that's kind of the framework that we wanted to make the recommendations, so you have also a certain level of flexibility and across the spectrum that we reviewed. I think further along in the actions, we're going to go through each and we'll be able to answer any questions. I'll stop here. Any general questions, comments?
I have a question. Was there any research done, or did you find anything on why the charter is how it's written today in regards to how we can remove a board member? You know what I'm saying? What's the rationale? Because it's usually, I mean, it's basically impossible to do it, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you have to have
we
unanimous-
didn't see, we didn't read anything in writing. But again, the people that were chosen for the committee have a lot of different views and perspectives. One of them was Mr. David Merrill, who's here. He can probably come up. But he and others actually were able to communicate that at some point in the future, there was a concern that PUB would not be independent, right? It needs to have some level of independence. I think at the time that was being challenged. When PUB was actually created, it was done by a small margin. So I think, and this is not in writing, but our understanding was that the unanimous vote to remove a board member was with that in mind, meaning that you do have an organization that is independent and can make decisions. They do have to answer to the city commission, and you guys know the details of that, right? You set the rates, so you have some level of control, but in the end, running that organization was to be as independent as possible, right? So that was history. So now, right, looking at it through the framework that we have now, you know, given the issues, you know, we wanted to obviously make changes to that, listening to the community based on the information we have, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much for your time and the energy and effort that you all have put in. I know that we have this monumental task and we just grabbed you all with a lot of expectations. So thank you for your time and dedicating it to the charter because it's so important to every citizen here within the city. Has there been any research done, legal, amongst other cities that own utility boards with the same structure that Brownsville does? Because we're not the only ones that have this. And what is the framework that they have? Maybe there's a way that we can tailor it specifically to see what's working for other cities that have this type of structure.
Yes, so my understanding is our particular structure is very similar to the city of San Antonio, including a bond ordinance, and that might be because the bond attorney and some of the other individuals that were at the inception of the way it is now had input into the writing of the ordinance and the bonds and the elections. And so at the early onset with the Charter Review Committee, we did present to them various organizations that are city-owned utilities. And so we did provide that input to them. So they're across the board. Some have individuals that are on the board that are also city commissioners or council members in their city. There's some that are appointed by the body, and the removal and adding is it's easier than it is with ours current charter. So basically, yes, we have done the research and we have presented it.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So maybe we, work within that framework to build something.
Yeah, so just to emphasize what Will mentioned, they did provide us not just San Antonio, but several communities that have a similar or relationship with a utility. There was none that fit one-to-one, right? In the end, based on everything that we learned, it really is up to the community on how to manage that. So yes, we do have external references, but there's no standard that, if we looked at the 10 cities that Will and Jennifer presented, there wasn't like 5 of them aligned to this. They were all really different. Yeah, I think the information is there if you wanna take a look.
So so along that spectrum, there are some who have elected PUB board member, or not P, the utility board members are elected, am I right?
Yes, there are some in where the utility board members are elected.
Yeah, just I'm gonna go through a couple of other slides. I think, but there's a slide missing there, probably my fault, but we also made a recommendation on, meeting attendance. We took the opportunity just to see if we can, minimize, PUB board members that may not be participating. So there is some recommendation for that. And then the other one was aligning the PUB board members to the city commission names, right? So we would have like a District 1. Doesn't mean that that PUB board member would be from District 1, but they would be identified as the one recommended, nominated by District 1, 2, 3, 4 at large, obviously, and the mayor as well. So those were not on the slides, but you'll see that. And we also included here, which I'm sure you've heard and also read, just the ratings, the bond ratings, just to take that into consideration to the extent that you feel you need to. And there were also some other non-PUB items. We did all the PUB work in the beginning, but again, this is a full charter review. So we did throw in a couple of things that we made recommendations that you can take or not. So just if we can go to that slide, I think it's the, there. Oh. One was just minor clerical edits. Also, the city manager contract length. I know you guys were going through that process now, but we did make a recommendation to increase that from 2 years to at most 4 years. And then also, there was some discussion on compensation for the commissioners. This one is not, the recommendation was just for the commission to evaluate. The city team provided many different views of different cities. And we were surprised to see that there was a whole spectrum of that. So rather than us decide, how much to compensate a commissioner, and this is not 80,000, there weren't significant numbers, but rather than us make that recommendation, we wanted the city staff to provide you the information for you to consider. So it's just something that we thought was, given the opportunity, maybe you can consider. That's all. If you have any other questions, we'll be here. And there's some other charter members as well. Thank you.
I do have a question. Okay. You bring up the bond situation often, and it's been brought up in your meetings. I've been watching them, and it gets brought up often. I mean, one week after another. What is making you think that if you go to just a 4-3 vote, that's going to be negative on a bond? Is there anything that leads to that, or what's the thinking on that?
Yeah, so again, the committee was very divided on the impact of the bond ratings. So I'll tell you in general, and then I can tell you my specific view. But in general, we just wanted to make sure that we didn't cause additional cost in the future, right? If the bond rating is affected, it's going to affect when BPUB wants to do another big project, right? The interest rates related to that, especially with the current economic situation, that will in the end come back to the ratepayers. So we couldn't get a straight answer, right? No one's going to tell you. The rating agencies themselves are not going to tell you, yes, this will affect or no, it will not affect. I think Mr. Ben Hinojosa also provided, this is municipally related topic, so it should be understood that there's going to be decisions that are made as we do in the community, right? This isn't a private company. So there may be an impact, but we weren't given a clear direction. Some members felt strongly enough that we didn't want to push that. In my particular case, I said, if we need to, we need to, right? So that should not be a limit. Ultimately, that's your decision, but I just want to share that within the charter committee, people were taking it more serious, not serious, it's all serious, but people were more
They were giving it a lot of
concerned.
importance, I guess.
Correct, yeah.
Is anybody here who does believe that? So we can just understand why they believe that the bond will be negatively affected if it comes down from a unanimous vote to, let's say, a supermajority. Any of you all who are on that charter believe that?
I served on the committee, and it was, first of all, an honor, and I appreciate your having appointed me. Yes, I do believe that there is a risk involved in changing any of the structure of PUB. Whether that risk will play out to good or bad is not certain at all. I would say that if a rating agency came to and looked at Brownsville and said, from a very, very stable, arm's length, mostly autonomous organization to a less autonomous organization with changes that have political implications, yes, there is a risk that there could be changes in your bond rating. Doesn't mean you wouldn't do it. Doesn't mean that they would review it. That doesn't mean that they would even change it. It just means that it would be under consideration. That was my view.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question to follow up. If the bond rating did change, would that potentially impact what the ratepayers pay?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you what I,
Shaking yes.
what I understood.
Maybe Mike can.
Is, yes, a negatively impacted bond rating in the end would cost ratepayers a certain amount.
So can you kind of postulate what that might look like?
I don't think any of us on the committee have the financial understanding, frankly, to put a number to that, which is part of the reason, right? And again, we couldn't get a straight answer. If it's impacted, how much is it going to get impacted? What projects do we have in queue? As far as the size of project, are we going to go after, $10 million project, $100 million project? What interest rate would that, there's just a lot of things. In the end, it could be assumed that yes, there would be an increase in cost. How much, if it's significant or not, that's the question. Maybe Mike?
So the question was, what would the effect of a downgrade be, and what does that mean to the ratepayers, right? So a true downgrade, the utility bond rating would actually result in, of course, higher interest costs for future debt issuances. So this in turn provides pressure on the utilities operations and maintenance costs that could necessitate a request for base rate increases to cover those rising costs. And now if those utility rates are not able, we're not able to secure those rate increases, then that could impact, of course, the reliability of the system. So say we get downgraded a quarter of a basis point, 0.25% increase in interest rates for a huge bond issue, $70, $80 million over a 30-year note. I mean, you can range to it, you can potentially increase debt service by about up to $1 million per year just to cover that additional interest. And so that, here again, that puts pressure on the O&M costs for the utility and might necessitate the need to come back to the commission for future rate increases.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
I guess I have a question on the options on removing board members for cause. Who gets to determine, what cause it is and that process? Would you guys talk about that?
We did, and I might ask Tomas to come up. Maybe he can elaborate more, given it's more of a law-related discussion.
My name's Tomas Tijerina. I was on this commission, so I want to thank you all for having us here. We did, I guess one of the issues was, and it was brought up last time as to what for cause was, and speaking to the city attorneys as well, that'd be something. The definition is not specifically defined, however, it's generally a reason. And so what would be proposed to the commission would be to provide a reason that be articulated and justified, and then that would be voted on amongst the commissioners. And so the only difference there would be, as opposed to the at will or without cause, is just removing someone. Nobody gives a basis for doing it. With cause, it adds another layer of transparency as to a reason why someone's being removed, and then everyone knowing what the reason is, and then you all voting upon it and giving some justification for doing so. And so that's kind of where we were at. Like you all heard, there was a difference in the spectrum there. And so at the end of the day, the idea was for you all to be making an informed decision. You've received, I guess, some of the consequences of having a board that can be removed. I guess that's, goes to instability, which could impact bond ratings. And so we just wanted that information before you all. And so one of the main options would be, I think everyone was in agreement that the board members can be removed, and we increase it to any amount, supermajority. And then one of the options for you all that we were unable to come to a complete consensus on was for cause or without cause. And so if we're trying to narrow down the issues for y'all's consideration, that would be where it is. And I know Mr. Mill had also submitted something for y'all as to breach of fiduciary duty, which would be the basis for cause. And so you all can narrow it down to that issue. And then we've also added a due process provision for you all's consideration if you want to add that on top of the for cause. And so we wanted to make sure that you all had some room to look at, and you all have the discussions that we've had over the last few weeks. I know you all, this takes us very seriously, and so to be able to give some idea of where we're coming from, and then you all having those discussions and make that decision is basically what we were here to do for you all.
Was there ever a talk about involving the ethics committee in that process to determine that?
To an extent, I think we had determined that, there's already an ethics committee that was in place. And so that could be something for the commissioners to basically say, look, any violation as determined by the ethics department. Like I said, we were on a limited time frame, and so we're trying to focus in on, look, here are the issues. Here's what we'd like to see done, and then here's how you all can make an informed decision.
Thank you.
Just to reemphasize, I think that with Tomas and we agree that there has to be, if somebody is going to be removed for cause, that there needs to be a due process of some form. And it could be, I think, the city's ethics commission, if that's what you chose, or some other way. There needs to be my own opinion had been that that everybody on this city commission, and certainly everybody who's got a corporate responsibility for the board at PUB, already has fiduciary responsibility, but this defines that to the extent that they could be removed if they fail to follow the fiduciary responsibility. And there are definitions that are readily available for that. I'm sure there's probably attorneys in the room, and I submitted one to Mr. Trevino that was kind of a generic list. It goes back a long way. Fiduciary responsibility is broadly identified so that a commission such as your own could find something offensive that might be, we wish that this person wouldn't go on social media and say things. And the alternative, that wouldn't be for cause, suitable for cause. But if we found that a member of the board had been actively engaged in something contrary to the swearing in ceremony that says they won't actively engage in, then that would be a fiduciary job. And I think that gives you, going back to my prior point about the stability of the PUB board, it emphasizes to the rating agencies, this is not a radical change. This is a clarification that allows us to do things with purpose and clarity rather than just generically throw somebody off the board. my thoughts. Thank you for listening.
And let me add to that, John, also, I've seen this before, and we see this, in fact, with our boards, like the Building and Standards, the Building and Standards Commission and Board of Adjustment, because they're created by state statute. It specifies in statute that members can only be removed for cause. It does not go into what constitutes cause. It leaves it up to the municipality or the decision-making body to decide for themselves. And I know in those, it's for cause, and the person is afforded a hearing if they'd like one. But yeah, so if you guys were to put forth a recommendation with can be removed for cause, I wouldn't expect you all to get into defining what that is.
Yep. And with that in mind, just to clarify, those three options all passed through the committee. So they were voted upon, and they had the votes to pass to be official recommendations.
Are we going to discuss amongst ourselves now or later when we vote as to?
That'll be later.
Can I ask-
Although, yeah, this is a work session, so you can ask questions for sure.
Okay. I'm going to change the topic slightly and this is going to be more specifically, in the amendment, like in section 4D, where it says by replacing majority of the city commission to supermajority. Can you speak to that and tell me how it's going to, what effect it's going to have?
Yes, from majority to supermajority, basically, I think the definition is like
Unanimous right now.
70-something% of the voting body. So in your case, out of 7, that would mean 5 affirmative votes would be needed
To appoint someone to the board then?
to appoint and to remove. The idea is that there's a level of due diligence and agreement with the commission when making a recommendation or appointing. That was kind of the intent on the supermajority to appoint, and then obviously on the removal as well. That there's enough, votes, to remove a board member. So it would go from unanimous to supermajority.
Mhm. And right now, we can appoint someone with just a majority vote.
Correct.
Okay.
And majority also depends, if I'm correct, or Will can correct me, if not everyone is present, right? If there's a subset, then it would still go through for just regular majority.
Yes,
So
generally that's
supermajority
true,
would-
but I think under our charter, it says of the city commission body. So I think you'd have to have the individuals. And I think we kind of saw that last time when y'all were considering removal, reappointment, et cetera, of a board member. We had some absences that day.
We had an absent and we had a
A recused.
conflict of
Recused.
interest.
Yeah.
So we had 2 votes that didn't count anyhow.
Yeah.
And that's the reason I think we need to change the charter.
Yeah.
That's just-
Absolutely.
But for an appointment today, Counselor, does it require a majority of the commission or just a majority vote?
Majority vote.
My understanding is it says majority of the city commission.
So if there's 5 present, you still need 4.
You need to stand for. Okay.
What about the person on the virtual call? Can they vote? Is that counted?
Yes, that will count.
Were you done with your question? Yes. I have a question about number C. What do you mean by the city attorney?
On item C,
And removing and/or the city attorney, adding section, office of the city attorney, thereby clarifying the appointment. I don't understand that.
yeah, so the idea here, and I would probably ask council to help. The general idea is that the attorney would be an employee and not an appointment. That's the short version of that. So,
Well, and to clarify, some of the other items for discussion, 2 of which you're going to consider tonight possibly is the length of the city manager contract. And then the other one was the office of the city attorney. Right now, there's only one section within the city charter that references the city attorney. And it specifies that a city attorney of all the employees, only two individuals can have a contract. That would be the city manager up to a certain amount of years and the city attorney. So that's the only reference. What we were recommending is to replace that language so that the city attorney doesn't have a contract. It's archaic language that was adopted in the early 2000s. I think it was 2001 maybe. And that's when the city had had attorney services on contract. And so we are speculating that the reason why you would limit it to 2 years is so that you can have 2 years and then go out for proposals again or qualifications. The last 5 city attorneys, in my understanding, have been in-house. And so this would be moving the city towards having in-house counsel, where basically traditionally right now, the city attorney reports to the city commission. It's not really laid out in the charter, so that tradition would be codified, as well as the process of the city attorney hiring their assistant city attorneys. That's traditionally been done by the city attorney. That is not codified as well. And so this would be codifying some of the traditions that we have undertaken. And more importantly, so that you don't have an attorney that's on contract that might receive a severance, this would allow you to terminate them at will, or him or her.
But the city commission still is responsible for hiring the city attorney.
Yes, correct. Yeah, they will remain in control of hiring the city attorney, setting their salary, and setting the salary of the assistant city attorneys through the budget process. But right now, there's nothing that's codified that speaks to that.
Yeah, and this item was also discussed at length during the Charter Review Committee, and it was not unanimous, just to provide some background information there.
But the fact that it wasn't unanimous wasn't driven by the fact that this is just codifying something that isn't codified today, but is common practice. I believe the concerns there had to do with different nuances related to the city attorney, did they not?
Yeah, there were some concerns about maybe a contract for an attorney would allow some certainty for that individual to come and apply for the city. There were some misperceptions that the city attorney is under the city manager's office, but I think that's, again, because it's the way it's codified in the contract, in the charter, doesn't really go and give much detail into that. And so we try to dispel some of those, that misinformation. But again, given the way the charter is worded today, it's understandable why those concerns were existing when we had the discussion.
Yeah, and I know that's one of the meetings that I was watching, and I believe some of the discussion as well was about not wanting the city attorney's office to be involved in decisions where outside counsel was being brought in by departments individually.
Yeah, there is one comment, and it might have come a little facetious on my part, but what the example was, currently right now, the commission has authorized the city manager up to 50,000 to enter into contracts. And practice has been that the city attorney's office does have contracts, and through Victor's tenure, we have found that there's been other contracts in other departments that have been executed, not under this administration, but prior administrations that we're still paying attorney fees on. And so during the last tenure of Victor, he was trying to rein in those contracts and kind of terminate them or have one contract come through the city attorney's office. So what this will do, the way we worded the language is, outside counsel would be hired through the city attorney's office, but with city commission's approval. And of course, custom and resolutions that y'all have adopted gives up to 50,000, so that can be done without y'all's input. But we have some contracts that are well over 50,000 that haven't come to you all for approval. And so this would put that kind of police it a little bit more. And again, it had nothing to do with the current administration.
Right. But I think that's why, because it was a departure from the norm there, that's where some of the objection came in, that they didn't want, that there wasn't unanimous there, but it had nothing to do with codifying this in the charter.
Anything else?
No, I'd just like to reiterate, thank you for all your work and for the committee's work. I know it's a lot of time and effort put into this, and you guys did. It's a great product.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's our honor to serve.
Next item, we have presentations. Presentation by Rich Products Corporation.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Commission. We have with us Larry Kramer from Incentives Group on the expansion of Rich Products Manufacturing, a local company that we were very proud of. And also staff from Rich Products. If you want to introduce everybody who's here, that would be great.
Thank you, City Manager Ramirez. Commissioners and Mayor Mendez, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. With me, my name is Larry Kramer, as Ellen mentioned. I am with a company called Incentives Group, and we are advisors to Rich Products Corporation as they consider investments in their operations around the U.S. And with me this evening is the general manager for the Brownsville facility, Eddie De La Rosa, and Virginia Hamby who is the controller for the facility. We have a brief presentation to give to you this evening that will provide an overview of an exciting opportunity for the Brownsville facility. I'm going to ask for your support for this opportunity, and then we'd like to answer any questions that you have. So I'm going to turn it over to Eddie.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners. I also want to introduce Gerardo Martinez. He's our Sustainability Director. There's a lot of stuff going on with sustainability, so he does a lot of good things for us. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about our company. Rich Products became known around the world as a non-dairy frozen food industry leader. It was founded by Bob Rich Sr. In 1945. The company has grown quite a bit ever since then. Right now, we're about a $5 billion company. It's one of the largest privately owned companies in the world. We have become a leading supplier of solutions to the food service, frozen seafood, in-store bakery, and retail marketplaces. Currently, we sell over 2,000 products in over 112 countries and employ more than 12,500 associates worldwide. We're basically in every continent in the world except Antarctica. And we have 26 manufacturing sites here in the U.S., all over the U.S. Our Brownsville operations has been operating in our 120,000 square foot manufacturing facility. It's also a distribution center. We've been in that building since 1993. Prior to that, we were at a building where Target was built many years ago. So we've been in Brownsville for over 60 years, providing good paying jobs. We currently employ 435 employees at our facility with an average annual payroll of $45,000, which includes overtime and bonuses. Our two big brands that we have are Farm Rich and CPAC. If you go to Walmart or H-E-B, you'll find our products there. This past year, we ended up producing about 81 million pounds of finished product. We are currently planning an expansion of our manufacturing facility. This expansion would effectively double our plant size. We're currently at about 25,000 square feet, and we're going to add another 159,000 square feet, which would include a frozen storage warehouse along with another manufacturing line. The proposed significant capital investment for the expansion would involve $52 million for the high-speed cheese line and another $64 million for the frozen storage warehouse. This frozen storage warehouse would house about 14,000 frozen pallet positions along with another 6,000 pallet positions of dry storage. Our proposed project would also create 58 production and warehouse positions with an average salary of $14 an hour, excluding benefits, overtime, and bonuses. If you include that, it would be about $40,000. All associates at Rich Products receive a comprehensive benefits package, approximately 32% non-mandatory benefit factor load. The new annual payroll, excluding benefits, would be 1.6 million. The new annual payroll, including benefits, would be $2.1 million. The proposed expansion would also create an additional 20 cold storage warehousing positions with a third-party warehouse called Lineage. These would all be in Brownsville.
So the company is proposing that this expansion would occur sometime in the first quarter of 2023, begin, and then be completed, if all goes well, within 2 years. The expansion will position the company, the facility, for continued growth in the par fry business, penetration into new sales segments, greater competitiveness in the highly competitive marketplace, modernization of the facility for the long-term viability, and then future investment in related job creation. So where the company invests today, it will be in a position to invest later. In fact, as you can see here, the plants that are not approved for continuing investment run a risk over the long term of having closure or relocation. This project, the company considered other locations in the U.S. for this project as well. This will be the most significant investment that the company is making in any of its facilities in this coming year. So we did want to ask the city commissioners for your support for the project via a Chapter 380 property tax reimbursement on both the real and personal property that will be involved in this significant investment. We'd also request that you nominate our project for enterprise zone designation with the state of Texas Enterprise Zone Program. We're also seeking assistance from Cameron County. We've had discussions with the county, and then initial discussions with the county, I should say. And then we've recently received a grant award letter from the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation in support of the project as well. We'd like to answer any questions you may have about the project.
I don't have any questions, just a couple of comments. And I remember when I ran for office a couple of years ago, one of the things I was asked is, what's the next great thing you want to see come to Brownsville? And I was very proud that my response was always, I don't want to see the next great thing come to Brownsville. I want to see it come from Brownsville. Rich has been here for so many years, and to see you guys continuing to invest in our community and create jobs here is something that I'm very, very proud of. And you guys are not in my district. It's not about that. It's about you're in my community. And friends and family have been employed by you guys for years. And I'm proud of the relationship the city of Brownsville has with Rich Products. So you guys have my full support. Thank you guys for what you're doing. I know especially during the pandemic, you guys did an outstanding job. So keep up the good work, and I'll be proud to support you guys as much as we can.
And I just want to add that for us, it's, we spend so much time and effort going out to recruit companies to come to Brownsville, but we very much see the value in the fact that you're willing to reinvest all of the success that you've made back into the city of Brownsville with quality, high-paying jobs. So that's another reason why we're very grateful to support you. And we thank you for believing in Brownsville, and we thank you for, considering us. There's a lot of places that you can go to in the country, but you choose Brownsville, and that's what makes us understand that you're family. So thank you for being part of Brownsville, and thank you for investing in our community. And we're happy to help, and I'm very, very happy to support you.
I would like to say that I have 4 children, and I spent a lot of money on your cheese sticks as they were growing up. They're kind of like potato chips for me. I can't just eat one. But my question, and also thank you for that, but my additional question is, does your company have any plans for product lines that are more health related or lower in calorie?
Yes, we do have a marketing department that continually looks at different trends. So we have a new product line with plant-based food, plant-based cheese sticks, plant-based seafood. So we're currently working on that.
Excellent. Please let us know when it's available.
And you are all welcome to visit the plant, and we'll feed you some cheese sticks if you stop by.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take you up on that.
You're welcome.
And I hear you all have really good shrimp too. So we'll be waiting for the beer battered shrimp.
Well, you are in my district and I'm so happy to have you there. I think you're a great asset because I drive down 14th Street, not every day, but at least 5 times a week. And so every time, I didn't know exactly what was happening behind closed doors until y'all gave us a tour. And boy, was I in awe. I wish more people knew what you were doing because it's happening in our own backyard and with the hands of our own citizens. One of my things is, since I got elected, was I wanted people of Southmost to be proud of the area that they come from. And you give us reason to be proud. You hire people from Southmost, you develop them, and you keep growing. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo all these comments. Helen likes to talk about Rich Products all the time on how it's a real showcase of what our workforce can do for companies, and the fact that you hire different generations of the same family and they stay there, and it just shows how you value the people, and we want to support companies like you and help you grow here.
I'll only add that they're considered the lighthouse of the nations, and so a lot of the training comes here, and I think that just speaks to the leadership that the Brownsville plant has shown the nation, and so I always like to tout that as well. But the intergenerational workforce and your leadership nationwide is commendable.
So what do you have to do next? Where do we sign on the dotted line?
The next steps. In executive session, we'll be considering 380 agreement. I don't know if
We'll
council
go
wants
over the
to speak to
terms
that.
in executive session, and there is another item that amends the 380 policy as well that y'all will be considering today.
And at the February meeting, we have received the request for an enterprise zone designation. And so we will be processing that request to come to you hopefully in February. That would be our next steps.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll be waiting for the cheese sticks.
Next item, we have consent agenda items.
Sorry. I have a question on 11 through 13. Is anybody from planning here? All right.
Here comes.
Thank you. Rick, I have a question on 11 through 13 of our consent items. I don't know if I should ask right now, or what do you want me to do with this? My question on this is, are these already allowed to do multi-buildings, all these properties? Or is that something that we might want to look into in the future before we give letters of recommendation?
Yeah, what we can do is we can pull 11, 12, and 13, consider them separately, and then go ahead and go through the
All
rest
right,
of the
well,
items.
I like to approve,
Move to approve.
move to approve all of them, pulling 11 through 13.
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Aye.
If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Sorry, all those
Aye.
opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Item table.
Now you can discuss.
All right, now we can have, so now my question on 11 through 13 was, do they already have the correct zoning? Is that a process they're on? Is that something that we may want to wait on?
So I believe the one that's located on West Alton Galore will require a rezoning for multifamily.
Would require what, I'm sorry?
For the property be rezoned.
Okay.
And it's not a requirement for TDHCA's application process that you have the correct zoning at the time you apply. But if you're awarded a project, you still have to go through that process.
I have a question on these items as well. Is there any downside to supporting all these applications, or should we be ranking them? Or I know there's different options that we can do to support these type of developments. I don't know all the different options, but I just want to get your opinion on that.
Yeah, so cities handle it differently. We don't really have a housing policy that's adopted by the commission that guides our review of the applications. We don't have a housing division in the city, but we do rely on the Housing Authority and CDCB for our housing initiatives. Other cities will adopt local ranking and scoring systems and determine which projects are the best fit for their community. However, the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs no longer requires a resolution. It's an option for the developer. They can merely notify the city commission and mayor that they're going to propose a project in the city and then solicit feedback, but it's not a requirement of the application process any longer that you secure a resolution.
I think whatever we do, we should try to maximize the chance that these projects land in Brownsville, right? And so I think, I think we should work towards that. And I don't know if having a blanket policy to approve all projects that are on the table, if that is in the best interest, or that maximizes the chances for getting the most amount of projects in Brownsville. So and again,
Yeah,
I don't know all the details.
So the region, I think, includes 6 or 7 counties. There was a PowerPoint. I don't know if we have that loaded up, but it shows the region that we compete with for these, the developers compete with for these awards. I'm not sure that a scoring and ranking criteria would improve their chances of award by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. It's really about, the state has a significant number of variables that they evaluate in awarding the proposals, and probably affordability is one of the higher ones as opposed to a specific geographic location. It's kind of a rotation, and we'll find that these applications come around every few years, and the state will decide we actually want one in Brownsville, and based on their ranking and scoring, they'll pick that project.
I agree with Commissioner Cowan. Is there a way then, Rick, for the city to indicate that 1 or 2 or whatever number of projects are preferred in this area? And if we did so, would that be recognized or taken into account at the state level?
So they will accept comments from the community if the community wants to rank projects and see which ones fit better within the community. The commission could certainly send through the mayor comments up to TDHCA.
I think there's something that this community is lacking, and something that we're going to work towards is creating a housing division in general. It's time. And also that division we can look at how other cities rank these projects and what are the best practices, and come back to you with a criteria and have a work session on that. So that's something we can work with and just do a little bit more research, because we don't really have policy or guidance on this as of yet. And I think I would recommend that we do.
So given the lack of policy right now, I guess I'll move to approve the 3 requests.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Next item, we have public hearings. Item number 1, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2022-036-S to rezone from commercial corridor to regional center with a specific use permit to allow it use car lot for the east 1/2 of the west 1.46 acres out of block 18 El Jardín subdivision, shares 19 and 27, located at 4740 Boca Chica Boulevard.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Commission. So this request is to rezone from regional center, from commercial corridor to regional center with a specific use permit. The intended overall use for this property is multifamily and a used vehicle car lot. The multifamily development will be to the rear of the property, and the used vehicle car lot will be on the frontage of Boca Chica. Now, we do want to reiterate that because of the current zoning of the property, the multifamily development would be allowed by right. The only reason that they're going through this process is because of the car lot. Next slide.
You said the only reason they're doing this is because of the used car lot? Oh, but it's already zoned appropriately for the multifamily?
That is correct, yes. And so this is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 18 mailouts and 0 written opposition. Staff does also want to point out that to the east of this property, a single-family use is abutting. And this is a zoning map. What predominates in the area is commercial corridor and residential single-family and light industrial to the southeast. This is the street view. Again, as you can see, to the right, there is a commercial use, and to the left, there is a single-family use. Another aerial view.
Martin, so in the picture before, where's going to be their ingress and egress? It looks like there's already one on the left when you're looking at the lot. And so it would be, the ingress and the egress would be next to the single family? Is that right? Oh, well, then I looked more at the next picture, the one before that. So where's Tech Dock, because Boca Chica, where's Tech Dock going to require that they go in and out? That lot.
Well, in this case, they would have to apply for a tech stop permit because Boca Chica is state maintained. The access would have to be through Boca Chica. This property has approximately 60 feet in width. So that would be anywhere in those 60 feet.
So Tech Dot decides it's not where it's already cut out?
Well, that curb cut that's there, I believe, is for the property that's adjacent. Perhaps they went a little bit wider, but it's mainly for the adjacent single-family home.
That actually looks like 2 curb cuts. It looks like there's a curb cut for each property, for this one that we're talking about and for the adjacent property.
I mean, we can definitely verify, depending on the required width, based on the site plans that they submit, we will make that request for the developer.
Do we have what the proposed layout's gonna look like? Because I'm still, and I thought it was really thought it was a typo in the deck, because I saw multifamily dwelling and car lot in the presentation, but I didn't see it in the language on the agenda. So I thought that was a mistake, and I'm trying to wrap my head around, is this gonna be a driveway along one side of the car lot, or is this gonna be through the car lot to get to the multifamily dwelling?
So there is going to be a driveway running along the single family, or along the property that's a single family use.
Mm-hmm.
There's gonna be that driveway extending all the way to the rear for the multifamily use. And the remainder, the frontage, will be for the used car lot. And a layout of the property or a configuration of the proposal, it was sent in the packet.
I think it's, my personal opinion is it's kind of a narrow lot,
Yes.
and you're gonna be turning in at 45 miles an hour, and I see that light pole right there. To me, that's very concerning.
Right, and for this reason, staff actually didn't support this. However, P and Z did recommend the approval. It was brought up to the applicant that, or proposed for them to just do a multifamily development, because it's allowed by right, and it would be a lot safer than having both uses on the property.
Have more of a safety concern, yeah, as well.
Okay, and do we have the ability to put that layout on the screen? I don't know if everybody saw it. I'm looking at it now in the packet, and it concerns me even more. Where would the cars go, the used cars? I see a carport and an office. I see parking areas, which I assume would be for customers. This is fourplex for, this is residential. This is the driveway. I don't see where you'd be able to put a bunch of used cars that you'd have for sale. Mm-hmm.
So staff, you guys denied the request or did not want to approve it, but P and Z approved it?
That's correct, yes.
No, that's not a first.
Yeah, that's not the first time that happens. Central, that's Central. Yeah, it's the little park with the PUB station, the bus stop. Or it's not a bus stop, it's a Wi-Fi little gazebo.
I'd like to make a
Central
motion
Park.
to deny.
We're trying to pull it up, but it's gonna, because it's a PDF. and
I
it's not there,
second.
But we'll try.
This is a public hearing,
Oh.
so we have to see if there's anyone here to discuss that wants to speak on this issue. If not, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor,
Motion to deny.
please.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Item number 2, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-001-PD to establish a planned development district for a 16.403 acre tract, more or less, out of the east portion of a 27.823 acre tract described as parcel number 1, known as the north tract of a 62.639 acre tract in the A.N. Tandy Estate in Share 12, Espiritu Santo Grant, located on West Alton Glore Boulevard.
So this request for a plan development district actually ties to one of the resolutions that we just saw on the consent items. This is being requested to accommodate the use of multifamily complex and commercial uses along Alta Glore Boulevard. The current zoning is residential estate. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 22 mailouts and 0 written opposition. This is a zoning map. There is residential estate to the north, regional center to the east, residential single family to the south, and some commercial corridor to the west. This is the street view. And another aerial view.
Can you go back to that? Go back. Where is the West Rail Trail?
It's abutting. They did,
On the right side?
Right-hand side.
On the
Right.
side?
right to the east. We did speak to them. They have provided a very brief proposal of what the developer wants to do, but they will be connecting. They assure that they will be connecting to the trail as an amenity to the multifamily development. And so
Say that last part one more time, Martin.
that they will be connecting to the trail
Uh-huh.
as a form of amenity to the development.
To the whole development.
Right.
Okay.
And so P&Z does recommend the approval to establish the plan development district for the subject property.
And are we able to ask for not just a simple connection, but maybe a fix-it station, a shade structure for rest?
Within the private property, yes, not along the trail itself. This would only be for the subject property. But yes, since it's a PD, you can put any conditions that you want.
Because that portion of the trail is extremely rural, so it might be nice for the developer to provide a rest shade structure with perhaps a fix-it station for the public.
Okay, if you want to make that as part of your motion, we can definitely include it in your ordinance.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on this item?
Motion to close public hearing?
We have a motion to close. We have a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
I would like to make a motion to approve with the addition of working with the developer for a rest stop, shade area, fix-it station of some sort of combination that the general public can benefit from in addition to the people who live in the development.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion second. Any further discussion?
I do have discussion on that. Is that gonna have to be something like built, or can it be trees? Can it be water? Can it be trees? Can it be something like that, or does it have to be a building? Because I don't think we want to tie somebody's hands down.
It could be shade trees.
Just something small, but
Maybe
some sort.
a nice shady tree.
Yeah, I mean, trees and. I have.
Jimmy, do you want to, is that okay? You can.
It's fine.
Good evening. I'm Jimmy Bernard with Coastal Realty, represented owner. So I'll be helping him develop Luigi Cristiano. And here we have Ellen with us. She's with the Cesar Chavez Foundation. They are the applicants for the 6 acres on the rear side of the property. We've been in discussion about connecting to the trail and any addition of any kind of structure, benches, whatever. You want to say anything to that effect?
Yes, absolutely. Like, part of the reason we really love this parcel is because it is next to the trail, and we want to work that into our development and to work with all of you together to figure out the best way to provide an amenity.
That would be on the rear 6 acres, and I've talked to Luigi, and he would also, on the front 6 acres, there's quite a bit of frontage also. He would be delighted to work with you. I don't know how we can put that into motion, but we can certainly say we'll cooperate with the city and the trail folks to help this continue the robust trail initiative. So, yes.
Thank you guys for that.
Thank you, guys. Okay, I believe we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Ayes have it.
Public hearing number 3. Public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-002 to rezone from agricultural to residential single family for a 21.701 acre tract in the unsubdivided portion of Share 28 Espiritu Santo Grant, all out of a 49.95 acre tract located on Salida de Luna Avenue.
So this proposal is to accommodate a single-family subdivision that has previously or has already been approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission and is completely built out. Their current zoning is agricultural zoning district. They wish to rezone to residential single-family to accommodate the lot sizes that were established. This property is fronting Salida de Luna. And this is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 39 mailouts and 0 written opposition. And as you can see, the zoning in this area is agriculture. There is also residential single family to the south and the east, and some commercial corridor to the south. And this is just a street view. As you can see, the property is being developed. Another aerial view. And P&Z does recommend the approval to rezone from agricultural to residential single family.
I'll make the, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, is there anyone here that wishes to speak on this item?
I'll make the motion to close public hearing.
We have a motion to close. We have a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those
I'll
opposed?
make the motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Next item, public hearing number 4, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2023-1713, ordering and calling a charter election on proposed amendments during the general election on May 6, 2023.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and Commission. This particular item is on this part of the agenda because our charter requires that we have a first reading and a second reading, and then state law requires that we have an ordinance that calls the general or the special election for the charter amendments. Do want to make it clear that the propositions that are in the charter are placeholders because we have to have a first reading before we can call the election February 7th. We are having you all approve the first reading.
So it's just the charter election itself that requires a first reading and second reading, not the individual items.
Correct.
I'll make oh, this is a public hearing.
Public hearing.
Okay.
Anyone here that wishes to speak?
I'll make the motion to close.
I'll second.
And second, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
I'll
Motion
make
to
the
approve.
Second, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Items for individual consideration. Item number 1, consideration and action to adopt resolution number 2023-044-A, restating and amending the city's Chapter 380 Economic Development Program.
So as we said earlier, this is the first step tonight for the incentives that you all would be approving. The first thing we need to do is amend the current 380 policy that the city has. About a little less than a month ago, we brought this policy to, just to give you kind of a synopsis of what the policy entails today. Can you go to the next slide? The overall changes that we're making to the policy is to add the ability to provide tax rebates on ad valorem property. That's both real estate and personal property. And it would be on new taxes only. So that is the investment that they're putting in. Additionally, guaranteed annual revenues for airline services only that are compliant with federal and state law. The reason why we add that caveat, federal and state law, is FAA has stringent requirements in what kind of incentives we can give. And so we do have a consultant that is assisting us with that process. And so those are the two incentives that you're adding to the robust policy that you already have in place. Can you go to the next slide? Additionally, we added a section for additional considerations, knowing that there might be projects that might come forward to the city commission in the future. Rather than amend it every time, this section will give you all the ability to decide on a case-by-case basis based on the criteria of 1 through 9 of what type of projects you all would consider giving a grant or a loan under the Chapter 380 program for the city. And I believe that concludes the presentation. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, we have a
Second.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Item number 2, consideration and action to award a contract to Rosenborg, Minnesota, for the purchase and delivery of an aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicle, project number ARF-16-1223, in the amount of $811,907 as budgeted.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is the ARF truck that we're looking to purchase here to replace one that we previously purchased in 2014. We got 2 bids from Oshkosh and 1 from Rosenbauer. Basically, this is just a low bid kind of thing. It's being reimbursed to us through the FAA AIP program. So we'll be covering 10% of this. I think that's all we have. We do have the update here. I mean, if this is the process we went through. So the bids, we posted it like normal, just a standard procurement. We only got the 2 bids. Pre-bid meeting was held. Sealed bids were opened. Those were the bids. That was about it. Airport recommends we award to Rosenbauer.
And I'm sorry, Brian, I couldn't hear some of that. I just want to make sure I understood. No, never mind, I take it back. I think I figured it out.
I'll make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I have a question.
I did hear, Did I hear that right? FAA will reimburse? Is that what you
Yes,
said?
yeah, it's already programmed.
Okay.
And I have a quick question. What are we doing with the old one?
That's a great question. Got a tow strap. You can take it home. We're probably gonna use it as a backup, just in case we take ours off the field for any types of service of any kind. It may be a system upgrade, maybe, who knows? But it would be there as a standby, so we would continue to maintain it, but it's not in a condition that it's reliable at this point. So we'd probably have to get it up to working condition, even if we hold on to it, get it up to working before we could remove this truck from the field. Something like that.
Yeah. All right, any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3, consideration and action to approve a developer participation agreement with Glore Development Corporation to fund the installation of pedestrian facilities along Dennett Road for Queensland Subdivision Phase 5 and the Woods Number 2 Subdivision Phase 1, as shown on Exhibits A and B.
Good evening again. This is an agreement between the City of Brownsville and Glore Development Corporation, who's the developer of two developments that are abutting Dennett Road, Queensland, to be specific, Queensland Subdivision Section 5 and the Woods Section 2 Phase 1. So the purpose of this agreement is to establish or memorialize a fee that will be escrowed for the purpose of constructing a multi-use pathway along Dennett. And so this will reduce the gap that exists between the intersection of Stagecoach and Dennett and the Battlefield Trail. So that will be greatly reduced. Like I said, a multi-use pathway will be established. A protective barrier for the constructed multi-use pathway will be installed for the purpose of not damaging this pathway during the construction of the subdivision. And it will establish pedestrian connection using the dedicated right-of-way between Ridgeline Terrace, which is a subdivision to the south, and the proposed multi-use pathway. And streetlights will be installed along Dennett Road.
So let me make sure I understand correctly. The developer's going to pay for it all, but then the city's going to execute the project?
Yes, so as default, any new development requires to install a sidewalk. In this case, the developer, because this portion of Dennett was not part of the bicycle and trail master plan to install a 10-foot multi-use pathway, we use the fees that, or the equivalent fees for Queensland Subdivision 5 and what will be the Woods Section 2. And we're going to use that money to build that connection or that pathway to improve pedestrian facilities along Dennett.
And Commissioner, the developer was very, I really commend staff with working and sitting down with the developer and really finding a way forward. The developer actually was happy that the city was going to assist with the execution. And so it was something that was really brought to the table and they worked collaboratively on. This is the result of that collaboration.
And just to clarify too, this might be I think Rick might, or Helen might know, but this might be the first developer participation agreement that the city considers, is my understanding. Possibly, I don't know if we've had those come before. But it's in state law, the cities are allowed to participate in some development up to a certain percentage and cannot exceed 30%. And so in this instance, while we are doing the labor, they're paying for the majority of the infrastructure. So our participation will not exceed 30%.
So where does it end? I guess the end of the red line?
So it's going to begin along the intersection of Stagecoach and Dennett.
Okay.
And so it's going to end at the northernmost tip, if you can see where the portion of the plat that's shaded in green,
Okay.
that's where it will end.
And how much of a gap do you estimate between there and the Battlefield Trail?
2,086.86 feet.
And that could be, correct me if I'm wrong, that could be the topic of a TAP grant in the future to improve connectivity and complete the connection between a multi-use trail to a trail. Am I right?
Yes, and just to address your concern, whenever, because we have already been in discussion with the adjacent property owner to the east, they're interested in developing the land. So whenever they develop, by default, they will be required to install. Well, by ordinance, I'm sorry. However, they're only required to install a 5-foot sidewalk. Everything else would have to be covered by the city.
So acting proactively, since the RGVMPO is going to allot quite a bit more money this year in bike peds funding, it would be proactive to look at this spot as one to include.
Yes, we can work with multimodal transportation but proactively in terms of there's going to be a call for TASA project or TAP projects, which help cities fund the gap. And when they see that we have proactively funded a certain area, in this case, a developer has, then we can kind of close that gap through this application call for projects process. So that's something that's coming up soon, and we'll want to make sure we get the project in.
One of the things that TxDOT Bike Peds director did, and Doro would remember several years ago, there were several gaps in crossing intersections for the Battlefield Trail. And what they recommended was bundling those gaps into one ask to TxDOT. And we were awarded that fund in that manner. So if we can identify gaps like this between a lot of residential rooftops, which this is going to be hundreds of residential rooftops, and identify those gaps to the biggest trail that we have on the other side, West Rail Trail, then we could present it, if I'm not mistaken, as one project request that would fill all of those gaps. If I understand that correctly, Dodo, am I out to lunch?
Yeah, and I'd suggest that as well, because I can tell you firsthand, I've ridden this area, and everywhere these lines stop, that's where the needs are even greater.
Yes.
Because the net gets more narrow, no shoulder at all. That's where it's most dangerous past these
And
lines.
traffic on Dennett is only going to get worse as soon as all those homes are populated.
Yep.
Mayor, I just wanted to say, Les Glore is not here tonight, but we did want to thank him for working with us in a flexible manner to achieve this hike and back path. It also represents the end of an era. It's the last project for Glore family here in Brownsville. They're done with their development projects and they'll be shutting down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, this is an action item. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Nay? Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you.
I vote aye. Sorry.
Action number 4, consideration and action, if any, regarding charter amendments presented by the Charter Review Committee.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Yoli to read through each letter individually so that we can pull up a slide and discuss each one and do your vote as we go along. Yoli, if you could please read letter A.
Letter A, amending Charter Article 5, Section 13, to increase the compensation for the offices of mayor and city commission to an amount the city commission approves based on a study performed by the city on compensation for elected officials to be effective with newly elected officers only.
So as you can see in the first column, this is how it currently reads in the charter under Section 13, compensation for the mayor and city commissioners. And on the other side, there is actually no language added, as they left that at the discretion of the commission to determine how much, if any, increase to salary compensation there should be. The only caveat that they voted on that they would like to see in place is that any current sitting mayor, commissioner, it's not affected by to them.
I'll just make two comments on that. One, I don't like the idea of doing a compensation study and saying this is what type of salary a commissioner should get. I like the idea of a set amount for meeting, and if we wanted to adjust that for inflation to say now it's $100 a meeting or something to that effect, that's something I could support. I do take issue, I will say, with any sitting commissioner should not benefit from it, because this isn't like the county where we're voting to give ourselves raises. All that's happening here is we're saying the citizens will get to decide. And if the citizens say our commissioner should get paid, the citizens' decision should be respected. That's just my thought on that.
So my thought on that is similar, but not similar. The way it stands now, either you have to be independently wealthy or have a job that allows you to take a lot of time off, or something of that sort to consider running for this office, unlike the county commissioners who receive a salary, receive staff, and I think office space. So in the spirit of trying to remove a barrier to those who may want to run for city commissioner or mayor, for that matter, there should be a much better compensation than $10, in my opinion. It's not going to help me at all, but I can see where it's not a great idea to favor those who can afford to be an elected official as opposed to those who may want to be an elected official but can't afford it under the current circumstances. So whether that's per meeting or a small stipend of some sort, I don't think we should get a car. I don't think we should get, an office or anything like that. But I do think that the question of compensation is a long overdue one, in my opinion, having been here for a really long time.
And we're about to put up a study that our MAD team, along with us, prepared. It basically breaks down the compensation by the cities that we compared employee salaries to. As y'all continue, of course.
If I can chime in here, I think we need to keep in mind for all of these proposed amendments, whatever it is we decide, all of this, even if we feel it's a good idea, ultimately it has to be something that we present in a form to the constituents to vote on. So the less complicated you can make it, I think the better. Also, whenever you're looking at something like this, I think you're going to have to put an amount on here. I don't see how you can leave it open to a future study. That makes no sense to me. I don't know how that would even work. I'm not even sure that would be constitutional necessarily, because it's not for a certain amount, and it's something that's kind of left open for later. But I really think that if the commission's going to consider anything here, it really should be a fixed amount. Also, what Rose said just a little bit ago, that we shouldn't get staff or offices. I disagree with that, actually. Having done this intensely for the last 3.5 years, I can attest that this is way more than a full-time job. It's way more than a 40-hour commitment. And one of the biggest hindrances in being able to do this has been the lack of staff and the lack of any sort of real space to do this. I think if anybody that serves in the future, obviously, like Rose said, this isn't going to affect me. It's not going to affect her. But I really think for commission members to do this effectively in the future, they do need some sort of staff resource, whether that's just one staff member for the entire commission. But I also think there should be some type of dedicated space maybe for the commission to have meetings or meet with constituents. But I will say, though, overall, I think we just need to be mindful that this is something that's going to be voted on by the members of the community. So it has to be something that's clear and concise that they can actually understand. And I wouldn't want to leave anything open for to be determined later, to be determined by any sort of studies.
And Mayor Mendez, if I can just clarify, it wasn't so that it could be determined later. It was the study that is here now up on the screen for you all to take under consideration and make your determination today or at February 7th meeting based off of the information that was gathered as to what you would recommend to be in the proposed amendment.
That makes more sense now.
Will, is it also still true that if you work for the state, so for instance, me, I've never collected even the $10 because I have a part-time job with the University of Texas System. So is that still true that if you have, like myself, employment by the University of Texas System, you cannot collect any salary, even the $10?
You're talking about the dual office holding. I'm not sure what state rules you might have to adhere to, but generally speaking, if you run for or you hold another office at the state level or county level or even local level, then yes, you couldn't have both. But I do know that there's some agencies that have restrictions on what you can receive from other agencies. And so I'm wondering if that's what you're referring to.
Okay, so I throw that out there because I don't want anyone to think that it was self-serving of me to have that opinion because I wouldn't be able to collect an improved salary anyway.
I personally do not mind not being compensated for my time here. I was elected knowing fully what the rules were, and I feel that if you come here, you should give from your heart, and that's how I feel. So I'm not in favor of that. I will say, though, that that's just my experience, and that I did have a very serious medical complication last year where I needed to have emergency surgery. And if I didn't have health insurance on my own through my own business, that could have left me in a very bad predicament. So I do think, health insurance maybe could be looked at because this is a very stressful job. I'll say I'm better. It was my thyroid. Everybody knows that story. But I had that emergency where I really needed to have surgery, and I wasn't offered any type of medical coverage by the city, despite giving so many years of my life to it.
Yeah, and just to add some information to that, they're not part of this particular, because they don't have a city manager. They're strong mayor form of government, and of course, they're a pretty large city. But the city of Houston is one of a few that do offer benefits to their elected officials.
I think
And a salary.
benefits are important. I would disagree that if you are looking for a salary, you're not serving from your heart. You don't have to be a volunteer as the definition that you're serving from your heart. So on that, I would disagree with you.
So this body could table this item and reconsider it February 7th. You all could take action tonight based on this chart that's here. I realize that is something that we're just kind of throwing on y'all's.
I'll move to table.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, just.
Not all-
really,
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor.
and I'm sorry. If y'all look at this chart, it's all over the map. There's no consensus at all.
Yeah.
Laredo's the highest one. I knew that Mayor Pete, when he was in Laredo, didn't take a salary, but I knew he got one. But even then, I mean, with the exception of Laredo, which is 75,000 and 50,000, in El Paso, I guess, both cities being larger than us, the others are pretty, they're not very large, but all of this is all over the place. So I don't even see that there's any sort of consensus or anything close to being an average amount on any of these cities. That's it.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye to table.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it.
Letter B, amending Charter Article 5, Section 22 to increase the limitation of a contract with the city manager from 2 years to not to exceed 4 years.
So on this one, if you look at the first section, it's the same, currently reads. In the second section, what we have is it would be changed from a city manager on terms decided by the commission, but which shall not exceed 4 years in duration, and with a city attorney on terms decided by the commission, but which shall not exceed 2 years in duration. Now, later on, there will be other information related to the city attorney, but in this recommendation, they're all being done separately because that's how the committee chose to do them.
So just to be clear on this particular one, you're only considering increasing from 2 to not to exceed 4 years for the city manager.
I think 4 years is too much.
All this means, I think, Roy, is you can give up to a 4-year contract. You don't necessarily have to give a 4-year.
And what I'm saying is, if we empower commissions to give up to a 4-year contract and they are continually giving 4-year contracts, I think 4 years is too much.
Well, they can't give too many because they'll be termed out.
What do you mean? Pedro?
Huh?
What do you mean they'll be termed out?
Look, the commissioners, since they have term limits, they'll be gone before it comes up again for another 4-year renewal.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts on this is 4 years, I think is a bit high. I think 3 years I mean, in talking to the consultants, maybe Commissioner Cowan and Commissioner Gowan remember this, but they did mention that 2 years is on the low end. That our city charters, 2 years is lower than other cities. I don't see that it actually really hindered any of our search for city manager. The candidates we got knew that the contract was going to be 2 years max at the outset, but also the typical standard for this is just to continue on rolling contracts, right? So we evaluate the city manager on a yearly basis. The city manager has a 2-year rolling contract, meaning when they're evaluated, we just renew the contract, and it's always kind of going to have a 2-year balance on it if we agree to extend it. I think 4 years is high to put into the charter, but if we're going to look at something, I think 3 is fair. And when I was in the community college world, it was pretty standard for presidents to be on 3-year rolling contracts. And I think that's kind of standard for most CEOs and other administrators. So I think 3 is fair if we're going to consider doing something. I think 4 is a little bit high, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with Mayor, and I think 3 years is a fair number. You know, and speaking with the consultants, that's something that they recommended, was common, you know, now in other cities of similar size.
I'll move to approve it 3 years and not to exceed 3 years.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Letter C, amending Charter Article 5, Section 22 by removing and/or city attorney and adding Section 23-A, Office of the City Attorney, thereby clarifying the appointment, removal, powers, and duties of the city attorney.
So on this one, in the second column where it says the recommendation, we would be, they voted on removing the language and/or city attorney. However, it would also be creating an office of the city attorney. If you could go to the next slide. So in the next slide, it would be a new section under 21A, and there is an appointment section. Next slide, please. An appointment of assistants, the assistant's powers. Next slide, please. The outside counsel, term removal, absence, or disability of the city attorney. Now, the ones listed here on the slides before you are the ones that the Charter Review Committee actually approved. However, our office, after discussion with the Charter Review Committee, the city manager's office, we came to other suggestions as to what we would recommend the creation of the city attorney's office would be. Could you go back 2 slides, please? Sorry.
Yeah, so after speaking with the city manager's office and considering the concerns that the few that voted against this particular item, we did for number 1, as far as the appointment, That pretty much is the same. That hasn't changed. We just made it very clear that the city attorney shall receive compensation that the city commission fixes. Appointment of assistants. We added language that it will be done in accordance with the city's policies and as determined by the budget that the city commission adopts. There was concern there that the city attorney was having too much powers. And quite honestly, this came up because we're trying to codify what is traditionally done and also make it easier for you all to terminate the city attorney. For number 4, outside counsel, there was a concern that there might be situations where it's not going to be extraordinary importance or an emergency. So we added where legal specialization is required. There's certain things that Jen and I can do, but obviously like bonds, that's something that I will never touch. And I know Jen doesn't want to either. And then as far as removal, that is pretty much the same. It's by not less than a majority. So the majority of the commission can remove the city attorney. And the point is to make it very clear that they are an at-will employee. They are appointed, therefore they're an officer of the city. But I personally don't believe that they should have a contract. It's not, city manager is very different. They actually adhere to Texas City Manager Association ethics. And so in their industry, it's standard for them to have an agreement. If you hire outside counsel, you're not going to get a contract. You're going to get an engagement letter because of the rules that we have to adhere to for ethics allow us to terminate the client and vice versa. You all can terminate the client without having to do a severance. And so that's one of the reasons why this was proposed.
Will, is it going to be one entire, you're proposing one here? Because what's on there is only 21A number 1, but you're referring to other numbers. Is that on the subsequent slides?
Yes, there would be one proposition that will be sent to the voters as shall the city attorney's office be created and appointed by the city commission. We believe it is one subject, but of course, we're going to run each one of these through outside counsel as Victor had already engaged their services. So we will verify, but this is proposed to be one proposition on the ballot.
Okay, if I can chime in here on the first one on paragraph 1 here. I do think, I don't like the part, because I don't think it's necessary, about the city attorney shall represent the city in all litigation / transactional matters. You know that you're going to have to farm out a lot of the litigation. So kind of putting yourself in this corner and saying that it's going to be all litigation, I don't think is reasonable. And I don't think it's going to be something that's going to happen. So I don't think you need to keep, I think you can pull that particular sentence. That would just be my recommendation, because I wouldn't want you all to be obligated to represent us in all litigation, because I know that there's some that you may not be able to do that require certain types of expertise that you're going to have to bring in outside counsel on. I know you're trying to bring in outside counsel as little as possible, but there's going to be some inevitably where you're going to require some type of expertise on litigation, as well as whenever there's coverage through our policy.
Let me ask a question on that, because I had the same concern, Mayor, but I was wondering in council, you tell me which way it goes here. I was wondering if where it says a city attorney or such other, I'm sorry, I was reading that. Can we go back to the slide we were just on that I was reading? Hang on a second. Let me find it now.
While he's looking for that, did you have a?
Okay, here it is. The city attorney or such other attorneys selected by him or her. Would that cover when we have outside counsel?
Yeah, what I was going to say is that coupled with number 4
Mhm.
would cover that particular matter. As far as
So it's
the city
basically saying
attorney-
you, your staff, or any outside counsel selected represents the city in all legal matters and litigation.
Correct. The idea is not to farm out the work. If you're going to hire an attorney along with staff, you're paying them already. But there's going to be matters where we just can't do it because of capacity or because of specialization. But I think that number 4 would capture that instance where we have to farm it out on litigation matters.
So that if 4 captures it, then just remove that sentence on the first one.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're creating confusion, and I just don't think it's necessary. If you're still if you have the intent to farm it out, which I think we all know will happen on some occasion, and 4 covers that, then just remove that one sentence on 1.
Or you can just change shall to may on that sentence.
Okay. Well, if y'all consider this tonight, then it would be whatever is in your all's motion.
Why don't let's talk through what changes we want to see, and then we table it so that you guys can tweak the language, then we'll bring it back with all the corrections before we
Okay.
approve it.
That's fair.
Can I just ask, so my
Sure.
concern is that say 20 years down the line, the city commission that's in place then, they hire someone who has no municipal law experience. And so the need for farming out more stuff becomes evident. Is this a way though to avoid that happening? Because I've noticed the difference now that we have city attorney who has municipal law experience. It's so much different, it's so much better. But I can't guarantee that people in the future will think the same.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to defer to the future hirers, which are y'all's future counterparts on that one. Because 20 years from now, we might be in a situation where we have a robust legal department with 20 attorneys, and you really won't need the head to be a municipal law expert. They just need to be able to manage an office, right? So then you would hire an attorney that can manage the firm. But this doesn't speak to what kind of qualifications. It only says competent, and that is defined within our ethics. And so I think the future attorney would be able to decipher this and then advise the future commission on that.
I'm going to hold you to it that hopefully we have a robust legal department within 20 years.
Can you move this slide up too, I believe? Next one. So then this second point for discussion after 21A, number 1 would be number 2, appointment of assistants. The language on the slide that's located up here in front of you is very similar to the language that was redrafted, except for it says the city attorney shall set the compensation for any assistance in accordance with the city's policies and procedures and as adopted in the budget by the city commission.
Originally, we had very vague language that the city attorney would set the salary of the assistant attorneys. It was contemplated that it, of course, would be subject to the commission because the commission adopts the budget. What we added was just language in there that makes it very clear that it's by policy and the procedures, because we still have to go through HR for a lot of our hiring decisions. And then, of course, it's going to be within the budget.
Number 3 would basically stay the same. It was just changed at the end where it just says under the city attorney's direction instead of saying city attorney under his or her direction.
Number 4, go to the next slide. Number 4 would be changed by adding, instead of saying legal extraordinary importance or emergency, we would say extraordinary importance, comma, legal specialization required, or emergency. And of course, in accordance with the policies and procedures approved and adopted by the city commission. So if you all delegate to the city manager 50,000 below, she can enter a contract, then the city attorney's office can engage with someone, sign it, send it over to the city manager. He or she will sign at that time. And then, of course, if it's over 50, then we bring it to commission.
What about in the event of coverage council, which is going to happen quite a bit?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Mayor.
What about in the event of coverage council, which is going to happen quite a bit? That's not necessarily an extraordinary circumstance or emergency, but it's still going to happen.
What type of council was that, Mayor?
Coverage like insurance council, like when something's covered under TML or another policy?
Yeah, so that's a little different. I mean, that's through our insurance carrier. So I don't see that would be, especially since we're not paying for it per se, unless we pay our deductible or we have to settle and we give a percentage. I don't see that this would impact that.
I thought we had changed some extraordinary importance or emergency because if we have like personnel issues that we may not want to, that we have that ability,
Sure,
so.
sure. Well, and I think with personnel issues, Jennifer is up to speed on employment law. We're getting her there. I'm really comfortable with that. But as far as legal specialization required, I think that would cover that because that's where it'd be employment law, bonds. But we can modify that if the commission is concerned. We can add in there, of course, when assigned by insurance companies, because that is the case. The mayor's right. If our risk pool would assign an attorney to represent the city, if we have other policies in place, bonds, et cetera, then the bonding companies would then assign an attorney or a contractor, what have you. But in this instance, yeah, we can add that in.
Thank you.
And then number 5, we just changed the last part to say commission. I still haven't gotten used to the council commission part. But essentially, it still makes it easier for you all to get rid of the attorney. Any other questions or
Attorney tell you that.
any other questions or concerns?
I'll move to table.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Letter D, amending Charter Article 6, Section 1C by replacing majority of the city commission to supermajority.
So as it currently reads, it says majority of the city commission. The recommendation by the Charter Review Committee was to change the appointment by supermajority.
I can get behind that one. I'll move to.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
And I'm sorry, Commissioner, I have a hard time hearing you when you're talking, or that's why I wasn't sure what the motion was.
I'll get behind it and change, and vote to move, to change the language from supermajority, sorry, from majority to supermajority.
Okay.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Hold on.
All those opposed?
There's language in here.
But there's other things on here, right?
Yeah, well, there's language on here with specific members that were like in 2009 and 10. Does that need to be on there? Can we just take that out?
That's the way that it currently reads, and that was not a recommendation by the Charter Review Committee to remove that language. There is, on another slide, there are recommendations to create at-large A, at-large B, and then the commissioner spots for, to kind of go along with each of those, but there was never wording brought forth to the table as to how to go about doing that. So that language stayed in the recommendation part, because this one is just specific as to supermajority.
Yeah, but isn't it common sense? I mean, the positions were already created, so why would we need the language talking about position 1 from 2009 and 2010, all that sort of stuff? Why do we have to have language in
The
there talking
years
about-
create the staggered terms of the current sitting board members.
Yeah, but the language that's in there, Jen, is not the current sitting board members.
No, I agree, but we're not changing the language in here based off of the way we think it should read. These are just the recommendations that the Charter Review Committee made. So that's why it still says that. You all can make that recommendation. That's absolutely fine.
Can we just, if we just delete that and say, and leave this top paragraph as the language, is that sufficient to pass muster?
Well,
No, that wouldn't, because that doesn't establish what the terms are.
yeah, you would have to set, place 1 staggered, depending on like even year, odd year, and they're kind of, it looks like most of them, well, yeah, they're staggered by odd year and even year, but you would do it that way. But there is it's coming on February 7th because we're looking through where we're doing the technical amendments. There's a lot of language in the charter that references 1917 when the charter was adopted. We're recommending to remove those. They have no purpose. It's really just for historical. And we have archives of our charter if we ever need to go back to those. And so that could be something that is amended as well, but it would have to be a separate proposition, as Jen was saying. Either as part of the recommendation that's coming in for E, or as a technical amendment, just to make that into staggered terms.
So in order to clean up everything, though, are we going to end up with a whole bunch of amendments for people to vote on? Or
Yeah, it's one subject per proposition, so if it is a separate subject, then it would need its own proposition.
So is there a cleaner way to accomplish the same thing? I mean, what we're trying to do here is make all future appointments to PUB based, on a supermajority basis. So is there a cleaner way to do this? I mean, can we refer to previous statute creating the board and then just stating that future appointment supermajority?
What you could do is amend this to say, shall be appointed by the supermajority of the city commission to serve 4 years staggered terms of office with, and say, position 1, 3, and 4 being on odd number years, position 2, 4, and 6 being on even number years, something like that, which would be part of that one proposition. So you could do something like that.
Well, I just think that the more language you have in this, it's going to confuse voters when all you're trying to accomplish is a supermajority portion. I think having names on there may confuse people, and having actual positions may confuse people.
But we're not proposing that, are we? These names would not be on the ballot, would they?
Correct.
Yeah.
So the item that would be on the ballot would be, should the charter be amended in section 1, management C, article 6, to say from a majority to a supermajority for the appointment of board members to the Brownsville Public Utilities Board.
And that would be it.
And that would be it. The educational material that would get sent out to the public or be posted on social media may have some of this information on there. But in regards to the actual ballot, it's the one question
Yeah.
for or against.
And to clarify, in addition to that, or to piggyback off of that, the ordinance that will, supposed to be at the polling locations will indicate the red lines of the charter. And so, but the proposition will only be on the ballot, as Jen said. If residents want to know how it's actually amended, the red line, they can look at the ordinance.
I'm personally not in favor of adding the supermajority to appoint somebody, because I just feel like if you have the support from the commission majority, that should be sufficient. And I remember very distinctly during the Tanasca time, trying to get good people onto the PUB board, and it was a struggle because of the politics that were on the commission. So I'm not in favor of that because of what I've seen happen.
No, and I understand that sentiment, Commissioner. However, we've seen within the last decade where a simple majority takes over the entire commission and doesn't respect any of the minority views. And that's why I love the dynamic we have today, where we each respect that each of us gets a nomination on stuff. But back in that day, those 4 took every nomination on every board and nobody had a say in it. And that's a problem. And I think this is protection against that. And I think this will also raise the standard of, we want to make sure it's qualified candidates. And I think for the most part, we're appointing very qualified candidates to PUB, but I think that's what we always want to do. And one way to assure that is you've always got a supermajority, because if your candidate's qualified, it's usually unanimous anyway.
I agree with Commissioner De Los Santos.
I do as well.
Well, I think Commissioner Galosky had already made the motion, I believe.
Yeah, there was a motion, there was a second, there was an aye.
Yeah, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye. Nay.
Say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Letter E, amending Charter Article 6, Section 1C by adding that a city commissioner shall nominate an appointee upon the expiration of a term for a board member, thereby creating places at large A and B in districts 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So on this amendment, the Charter Review Committee suggested that each sitting commissioner have the ability to nominate an appointee, not for places at large A, B, districts 1, 2, 3, and 4. So in this portion, I just put the language up here as to what their actual motion was and vote on it. But if we go back to what Mayor Mendez was saying, you could change this language to replace position 1, 2, 3, and 4 and make those the at-large A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, then also if this got approved, you have to change it to supermajority based on what we just approved in the previous motion.
Well, based off the vote that the Charter Review Committee made, in this one, it was just as to the places. So we would change, yes, the language here from by the majority to the supermajority for the appointment purposes. And this section goes to the nomination
So
purpose.
the nomination belongs to the individual commission's seat,
Correct.
but it still requires a supermajority. Pass.
Correct. So you could continue nominating for weeks on end, I guess.
So essentially, the proposition of
Second.
this might, oh, sorry.
There was a motion to, I'm sorry.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If
There's
not,
a
all
motion
those in
to
favor?
approve.
What's that?
Rose motion to approve,
Okay.
and I seconded.
If all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it,
Nay.
motion carries.
I'm a nay on that because it's creating specific places on the PUB board for certain districts. And I think that can be an issue, trying to find a qualified candidate for a particular district.
No, that does not do that, Mayor. That's not what this says.
Well,
It
it's
says
creating-
each member of the commission, each district, and the at-large A and at-large B, each of us get one nomination is what this says. So even we do it today as a practice, but it's not policy. We're not required to follow that. Today, the majority of the commission could nominate anybody they wanted. They didn't have to give one per person. This codifies one per commission seat, and the mayor is the ex officio, but it doesn't require that my appointment be from District 3.
Well, I think it might, Commissioner, because it says each sitting commissioner shall nominate an appointee, which is great. That's the way we've been doing it, except it says thereby creating places at large A and B and districts 1, 2, 3, and 4.
That's places, but it doesn't indicate that the nominees must be from those districts. Council?
That's correct. In the discussions amongst the Charter Review Committee members, there was a motion that failed that would require each individual to appoint from their district, right? So at A would appoint an at A individual. The problem with that is that didn't pass. The discussion amongst them the reason for that was because they wanted the ability to be able to appoint somebody that was qualified that might not be in their district.
Yeah, so this doesn't create that, Mayor.
Yeah, I just think the language is confusing and I would disagree with that, but I'm an A anyway, it passed.
And we can tweak it if we need to for the next one.
I just don't know why you'd want to create PUB place at large A and B, and then you're creating districts 1, 2, 3, 4 on PUB, but you're saying you're not necessarily appointing members from those districts.
Because we're, like we were just talking about, if we had not done the supermajority but still created this would ensure each commissioner got the nomination, as opposed to somebody who's got 4 votes in the commission could take all 6 appointments with their block. And 2 of those commissioners who are not part of their block of 4 would never get a nomination.
And
This ensures a nomination for each one.
And I've seen that happen.
Yeah, I think you accomplish the same thing by just ending the sentence at board member and not having the thereby creating places at large A and B. I just think that's confusing. I don't know how you're going to have PUB board members at large A and B and then PUB board member district 1, 2, 3, 4.
We could adjust it to board members, positions 1 through 6, and 1 is appointed by the District 1 Commissioner, 2, 3, and 4. And then position 5 is appointed by at-large A, position 6 by at-large B. That way you're just creating positions 1 through 6, and position 7 belongs to the mayor.
That makes more sense.
Do I need to amend the motion?
Yeah, we would require that you all amend it.
I amend the motion to reflect what was just stated.
Didn't we just already vote? Or didn't we already vote on it?
Well, we
didn't
can move
hear-
to reconsider.
Yeah, you would move to reconsider. I didn't know you had voted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't pass. The mayor was a nay, and that's when it came up.
Okay, so then I make a motion to reconsider.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those
I'd
opposed?
like to make a motion for acceptance with the change of wording as just discussed.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any
So
further
what's the
discussion?
effect? Sorry.
It'll be creating positions 1 through 6 with position, no, well, yeah, 1 through 7. Position 7 is the mayor. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are districts 1, 2, 3, and 4. 5 is A, 6 is B.
It just takes out large A and B and puts them as number.
And it's clear that the mayor doesn't get an appointee because he's.
No, the mayor is number 7.
I agree. I'll.
Right.
That one.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Letter F, amending Charter Article 6, Section 1E by replacing unanimous vote with supermajority of the entire city commission.
So in regard to this one, this is as to the removal only. Now, letters, well, and I'll just go with this one for right now. They wanted unanimous change to supermajority for the removal of a board member.
I move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those, any further discussion?
Discussion, I just want to make sure supermajority has a specific meaning, correct? What's the number?
75% of the body.
75%? Okay.
How does that vary if someone's absent? Let's say a person is absent, so there's only 6.
So you would still need, the way this reads, you would still need that supermajority because it's of the entire city
Right.
commission.
Yeah, it doesn't say the commission present, it says of the entire city commission.
So, and here's my concern, is
25.
yeah, 75% of the body is 5.25 members. That means 6 would be required to take this action. And that means if one person's out, then it's got to be unanimous. And like we saw at this last one, the mayor had a conflict, one person was absent, it would be the same thing, we wouldn't be able to act.
So if you want to amend your motion, you could,
I'd like to amend my motion to change from unanimous to 5 of 7 votes from the city commission.
Second.
Does that work?
Oh, I.
Can you fix the language on that?
He wants to make it 5 as
I wanna
opposed
make
to
it 5.
supermajority or
Okay.
majority. 5 members of the commission.
got it.
All right, I believe we have a motion and a second with the mayor. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
Letter G, amending Charter Article 6, Section 1E by adding removal of any board member with or without cause with a supermajority vote and no annual limits.
So on the next four, J, H, I, and J, they kind of are a mix of the same thing. So when you think about the next four, I would recommend that we read all 4 of these at the same time so that you guys can see the differences between each, because they're with or without cause, with cause, the fiduciary duty, and the language that was talked about during the discussion.
Letter H, amending Charter Article 6, Section 1E by adding any board member may be removed if he or she violates his or her fiduciary duty. Letter I, amending Charter Article 6, Section 1E by allowing the suspension of a PUB board members or removal from office by the City Commission for cause and with the approval of a supermajority of the council. The council shall review any suspension or removal within 30 days. Letter J, amending Charter Article 6, Section 1E by allowing a PUB board member to be removed by the City Commission only for cause and only after charges have been filed and published and the member has been given a reasonable opportunity to defend himself or herself in an open public hearing before the City Commission.
So if you can go back to the slide that starts with G, the letter G, please. So the first recommendation is with or without cause. And of course, you voted on the last time, it would be with 5 members of the city commission.
And on that one, I would say, so if when we say we change the supermajority on that last one to 5, are we going to consider that the same for this one? Or do we need to, we'll have to formalize that with a motion, correct?
Well, this part would be whether or not to remove anybody with or without cause.
Okay.
We can continue to use the language from the one before because in this motion, we already have that you want to change the supermajority.
And the reason why we left supermajority on there,
That was the recommendation of the committee.
Just for clarification, are we sure that the calculation that Commissioner De Los Santos said, 5.25, do we know that that's correct? Because if it's 2/3, it might be 4.66. So let's just get a clarification on that, just to make sure when we're considering what a supermajority actually is.
That was based on, I thought council said it was 75% of the
yeah,
commission.
75%.
If it's 75% of 7 members,
Is
that should be 5.25.
is that the
5.25.
definition of supermajority though, 75%? Because it varies. The definition may vary on what a supermajority actually is.
7 times.
7.5.
Well, if it's 75%, you're right, Commissioner, but a supermajority can also be 2/3. Or
That's why I asked, what is a supermajority? Because yeah, it could be 2/3, it could be 60%, it could be several different things greater than a simple majority. But that's why it's a question, what are we considering a supermajority? The answer from council was 75%. That's what my interpretation was based on.
In council, where are you getting the 75%?
Blame the Charter Review Committee. David's still in the room. I'm kidding, David.
No.
Define in any of our ordinances? I
I'm
guess
getting
that's
it from just the way that we have codified supermajority in the past. But instead of saying supermajority, if you want to go back and reconsider, then you can say 2/3.
Of course.
Well, I think it's really just a definition of what supermajority is, because it's 75. I don't know where it says 75. But typically, I mean, it can be 2/3, 3/5. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't know where it's.
I take it from the statutes, because statutes, it says 75% of the body says supermajority. So I take what the legislature has kind of defined it as, but you all can define it. But since we're not going to have a definition section in the charter, it's probably better that you say 2/3.
2/3, 5 votes,
It's just 5.
whatever you want to put.
Yeah. I mean, if it's
Not dwell on it.
5 is the same, I guess. But.
Let's go next.
Yeah, I guess just from us, in our understanding, it was 5 out of 7.
I think that's what we've always
That's
thought.
fair.
I'm sorry, where were we?
We are,
Deciding if we need to add cause or no cause. I'm reluctant to say to have removal for cause. I would say, like, if we can get 5 people to agree that someone's worthy of being removed because they've met that, it doesn't matter if it's for cause or not cause.
I agree.
If you do with cause, someone has to make a determination that there's cause, and I believe that might be a major time delay. By the time someone's impaneled and they come back, it might be a year later, and so what's the point?
No, I agree to that.
So
agree
I don't
completely.
think we have to give cause.
Yeah, you're right.
And the only other one I think we should talk about is, do we want no annual limits to where the entire board could be removed? Or do we want to cap that at a number?
That being said by the Commissioner Galansky, I believe that's where Roy's saying this right now, right? He's saying we don't need to look at the rest because the rest have to do with cause, no cause.
Yeah.
Take it to a review board, 30 days if they want to come. If we're not going to go with cause, no cause, I don't think we have to look at any except the one that Roy just said right now.
I agree. Yeah, that if we are doing it that way, then this one is not necessary. Because we already did supermajority. I'm sorry, 5 on the previous one.
But we have to now decide if we're gonna limit it as to you can remove the whole board or limit it to 1 or how many, the way it is
Yeah,
right
so
now
what I'm
per
saying-
year.
the
So-
cost
I
part.
think that's the only one that we got to look at right now, right? Is that correct from those?
Yes, that's the one that you're on right now. So the way that I'm understanding it right now, we have the city commission may remove in any 12-month period of time. That's what you're looking at right now. Any board member with a 2/3 vote of the entire city commission. That's the way it would read right now, based off of your discussion. What you are actually looking at now is to determine whether or not you want to remove the language that says in any 12-month period of time, the annual term limit.
Do you want us to vote for the first part first and then discuss the second part?
Actually, I was completely confused. That's not what I thought that meant. I'm glad you just said that. When I saw no annual limits, I wasn't thinking about a 12-month calendar.
He was thinking about the number of people you could.
About right now, we can only remove one per year.
Correct. And that's what I was trying to say. You would have no limit as to how many you could remove per year.
Okay. Since you were talking months, I was confused. Yeah.
Because
I think
that's
we're
what,
saying the same thing, we
yeah.
just said it differently.
So do you want us to vote on the no cause item and then the number of people that we can remove, or what do you want us to do?
I mean, either way, it would just be the language that we would tweak to make it easier for you. I mean, you can vote on the no cause now and then talk about
Okay, I make a
the,
motion to accept the termination with no cause.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it.
Now, in terms for the amount of people that can be removed in one calendar year.
Where is that one though?
Or in a 12-month period, right?
It's the same one.
Oh.
G.
Same one?
North, what did you say? How many did you?
We're gonna, now it's time
Yes,
to
okay.
discuss. My thing is, we've gone through a difficult time the past few months, but I feel there were quite a few people, or some people, who are very wanting to pull the trigger really quickly. And as time has passed, we've seen people are dealing with a problem directly and in a fair manner. PUB needs stability for the sake of the ratepayers, for our citizens who rely on their services. And so I would only go as far as maybe eliminating 2 per year, but that's my opinion. I mean, it would have to be something so egregious that we would need to remove more than, like, do the whole board. And in my whole time, I mean, I've only lived 48 years, I don't see how it's been something so egregious that you have to get rid of the whole board immediately.
I would agree with Commissioner Galansky, and that being said, you all did remove a whole board at one point.
Yeah, but that's a different.
Yeah.
So,
It's a very different.
so I do think that you do have to tie your hands a little, because when it gets political, it gets bad. And I think you shouldn't be able to remove 5, 6, but I do think you should be able to remove 2 or 3. I don't think there's a huge number, huge difference. You do need a supermajority, so it's not that easy to do it anyhow. But I agree with you. I think there has to be stability.
And I think a minimum of 3 is what we want, because we have to be able to make an impact when it's called for, and especially if we're working with a supermajority. And I do disagree a little bit, Commissioner Galansky. I think we gave plenty of time. I know when citizens were calling for a head, I was one of the first ones to say, not unless there's cause, and there was no cause at those times. But the 60 days came and went, and no, PUB was not dealing with it. That administration specifically decided, well, let's wait for the next guys to have to worry about it. That's exactly what happened at PUB. They were not dealing with it. They punted to the next administration.
But the current charter provides for the city commission can call PUB to come and address us at any moment. And that's, I think, would have been the more prudent route. And that's why Commissioner Gowan and I requested that the workshop today. Instead of putting someone on the chopping block right away, the more prudent thing, oops, I'm bleeding, would be to have them come answer to us. The city charter provides that the city commission can, at any moment, have them review the records, audit their books, but we didn't use that. Instead, we wanted to just chop people off the block.
No, we didn't want to just do that, but like you're one of the biggest proponents for the autonomy of PUB. And if you want that kind of autonomy, it comes with responsibility and obligation. It shouldn't be, well, if they don't call us, we don't have to do anything. They should not be waiting to be called on by us. We have that luxury, but they should be proactive because the buyer is in their house. They should be proactive.
But then why did the special committee wait until last week to meet?
No.
That's a
we didn't.
completely separate
we
issue.
didn't.
I don't think that has.
Returning
anything
the
to
money
do
is a
with the
completely separate issue from what was going on, the audit.
So I'm going to interrupt with a different question, just to move this along. In answer to Commissioner Cardenas's statement about we did remove an entire board, that board wasn't going to change its bond rating with our actions, nor
Agreed.
were our actions going to impact the rates or taxes to the citizens.
That is correct.
So it's a very different thing. My question.
Well, no, but we don't know if it will or will not.
No, I know that, but there is suspicion that it may. Now, my question to PUB, I'm so glad you're still there, is would there be a difference in bond rating possibly based on voting on removing 2 board members versus 3 versus 4 all in one foul swoop? Would that be perceived as destabilizing PUB?
Not necessarily. So I did have a conversation with our financial advisor, Noe Hinojosa, earlier. We did review, which happens to be the financial advisor for the city as well. We did review the charter amendments as they were proposed. And in his opinion, based on the proposal, he felt that none of those proposed charter amendments would impact the current ratings of the system. He did reiterate that the rating actions are generally based on the issuer's actions and behaviors. And so simply setting new rules would not negatively impact the credit ratings. So really, the likely scenario would be that the rating agencies would maybe put PUB on a negative outlook and just monitor the situation, or monitor city's actions going forward.
So thank you. There's a much deeper, I've never been on the PUB. You have, and the mayor has. I would imagine there's a much longer learning curve to what you're dealing with than on many other boards. I would hate to see too many dismissed at one time for lack of the ability to continue. So I'm going to agree with 2. I'm going to disagree with 3. Personally.
No, I think everybody's on the right track. Stability on PUB needs to be there. And I think we need to have that. But we just have to be able to make a change when it's needed. And as it stands right now, we can't vote to get them out because you need a unanimous vote. It's not going to happen. And you can only get 1 out. So even if you have two rotten apples, and I'm not saying we do, I'm saying if we would, you could not remove them. So yeah, we just have to figure out the right number.
The object here is to continue stability on PUB, but still have the commission be able to hold accountability if need be. So
And
I agree with 3.
personally, I don't think there should be a limit, but for the sake of compromise, I think 3 is probably a better number. Let me tell you why. Let's keep in mind that we can only do this every 2 years. 3 still allows you to do 2, and I really feel that the commission should be, at least theoretically, us for sure, is really good at kind of policing issues that need to be taken care of. So I think requiring a supermajority is a really, really good way to kind of build in a safeguard here that things won't get political. So I think 3 is still 3 is good. Like I said, I don't think there should be a limit because I think ultimately it takes care of itself with the supermajority or 5. But if we're considering a number, I think 3 works better than 2, just because you at least give yourself the option to not be limited to 2 if something really bad happens and you're not able to do it otherwise. That's just my thought.
I agree with that.
Mayor Pro Tem, looks like you would be the tiebreaker.
Well, I mean, I think the objective is to reduce the political risk, right? I think everyone agrees that. At the same time, the city commission should have the right to act. I mean, we are responsible for the, ultimately for PUB, right? So I think, as the mayor says, I think 3 is probably a good number to have in there to at least make a statement and create positive change when we want that to happen. But I think we should definitely use every avenue that we have at our disposal before we do that. I mean, I think that's our job.
So I'll move to approve an annual limit
Can I
of
ask
3.
a question, though? Or what happens if the mayor is involved in some, is in some shady conduct, and the charter says the mayor shall serve on that board?
He'd have to be recalled. Would have to go to recall election to remove him as mayor.
But we don't, I thought we didn't provide for recall elections.
No, we do.
We have it in the charter.
Yeah.
Under the current provisions, no.
So then that person would get to stay there, but hopefully the others drown out that person's voice or conduct.
Correct. Until they're removed.
I made a motion to approve annual limit of 3.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
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 All right, I think, should we do a roll call vote?
Nay.
Aye.
Start this way? I'm sorry.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Mhm.
Motion passes.
And I'll move to defeat, if we need to, H, I, and J.
That's fine, yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Letter K.
Letter K, amending Charter Article 6, Section 1F by adding the requirement of having quarterly public meetings with the Public Utilities Board where the Brownsville PUB shall present specific topics on water, sewer, electrical, finance, and general business.
So under this recommendation, the Charter Review Committee was requesting that they have quarterly meetings, that the board has quarterly meetings to the city commission with 4 specific items. The first one would be as to water and sewer projects. The second one would be as to electrical projects. The third one is finance, and the fourth one would be general business. Right now, the way that it is, it's located under Section 1, Management F, but more than likely, the better preference, if you were all to decide to go forward with this motion, would to be to go to letter G under Article 6, where it talks about the chairman and the rules, or where to meetings are addressed specifically under Section 4, letter D, miscellaneous. So what I'm recommending is that it just not be placed in letter F, should you decide to go this route.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think he's got,
This for 2 particular reasons. One of them is the question, how's it doing now? And meaning, got this problem and there's nothing formal that's, other than you can call up the PUB and say, come over, but there's nothing formal in place that requires it on a regular basis. And my suggestion has been, and I've advocated, that the commission, the city commission, should, in the form of a workshop or public hearing or whatever form, about 45 minutes to an hour once every 3 months, not just about what's going on with construction projects, but how are we doing with contracts, contractors? How are we doing on completion? What's our forecast for the need for water and sewer? All of those elements could be plowed into a 45-minute to an hour meeting where the city commission, if they chose to attend, would have the opportunity to directly ask questions about it. You would then do one about electrical, you would then do one about finance as a whole. It might only be 20 minutes. but it would be something that was required and everybody understood it. And city commissioners, when they accepted the position to serve as a city commission, would understand that those opportunities would exist if they chose to avail themselves of it. And finally, the fourth meeting would be what you already do, which is the annual meeting, which is a summary of things that are already taking place. I look forward to what's going to happen in the coming year, maybe the presentation of the budget, that sort of thing. Again, I apologize for belaboring it, but that's my opinion, that it really would change the complexion or the framework within which PUB currently works with the city. Thank you for listening. I apologize for tearing it up.
I would agree with Mr. Merrill. Having been here a long time, there were many years where the PUB never came. Or if they did, it was just to change some bond covenant, which didn't really provide a great deal of information. And it was easy sitting in this chair to not think about what was going on over there because it wasn't a regular part of what we were being told, discussed, and so forth. So I would agree. I think that's a very good suggestion, and it would be good for both the PUB board members as well as the city commission.
I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Letter L, amending Charter Article 6, Section 1F by adding the requirement that Brownsville PUB present the budget for clarification and acknowledgement of receipt of the report not to be construed as approving the budget.
So the recommendation here is just to present the budget to the city commission by the board and for it to be an acknowledgement of a receipt of the report. It's not to be construed as the city commission approving the budget.
Yeah, I think they talked about them presenting to us at one point and us approving it. That would have been, I mean, a disaster, I think. We don't have enough time to check theirs.
Well, and then we might not be familiar with
Exactly.
the projects that they're really doing.
Yeah,
What are we gonna say? No, this one's more important. Like,
Yeah, it'd be real hard to try to get that done.
I think the more prudent thing would them to be to email us or maybe meet with us individually because the way, well, I believe that your suggestion was very adequate and correct. The reality is that most of our meetings, like tonight, we'll probably be here till 10 o'clock and we haven't even covered like the bulk of the stuff. And every month there comes up different issues that are important. So having PUB come 4 times a year and give a 45-minute presentation, while it is beneficial and we probably should do it, the reality is it's going to take, we're going to be here till 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, those 4 times a year, but which is fine. But maybe there's just, I'm saying, thinking in terms of practicality.
All the more
But you're
reason
getting
why you should
$10
get paid.
I'm gonna need dinner and breakfast.
Will, would that meeting with the PUB, would those meetings with PUB have to occur during a city commission meeting?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
But your point's well taken.
I mean, I'm just saying the reality, because heck, I got a
You're
call,
right.
hey, can we take the PUB workshop off the schedule because the agenda's already
Yeah.
really long, so, and that's what happens.
It's all the more reason why you should be paid a fair salary or a fair stipend. But the fact is that if you put it in place and make it available, from the PUB point of view, they've made available every resource that they have on water and sewer. And if the commission chooses not to ask, that's their business. If the commission
Agreed.
chooses not to be there, it's their business. When it comes time for the annual report on the finance or the budget and the forward look, if the commission doesn't feel that they've been, every question that should be asked has been asked, they can ask it. If they don't get a satisfactory answer, that can be on the record. At the time that you acknowledge the receipt of it, you can say, I'm still not happy, in the form of a vote if you chose. Thank you. Sit down, David.
Thank you, David.
related, but a little separate. We also had a lot of discussions about what to do if those meetings do not occur, right? Because there was, I think, in the last charter or on a past charter that passed, an amendment that passed, I think said that PUB and the city were to improve communication. So that, I guess we'll have to figure out, or, the city and PUB would have to figure out. One idea that was mentioned was to use the internal auditor as a way to hold, the city commission, or in the case of PUB, the internal auditor, I think, reports directly to the board. So they could include it in their annual review checklist, just to make sure that that would occur.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion to approve here.
On the budget.
On the budget, are they gonna send it to us?
Well, this says present.
Finance part, I'm sorry, it was off. Are we gonna see this when we see the finance part of those 4 other meetings? Can we add it to that, or do we, how does this work? Or are we gonna get a 5th meeting?
It's vague enough to where you can ask them to present it as part of the finance report
Okay, so
quarterly.
we can,
Makes sense to do that.
we'll ask for it when it's time, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
The intent was within the 4 meetings, for that to be reviewed, not an additional meeting. That's the intent from the
Okay.
committee.
I move to approve.
A motion? Do we have a second? Second, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
All right.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Can I ask, so far, how many amendments would be on the ballot thus far?
Five or six.
5 or 6.
But there's still 2 that are tabled, so you have to come back to those. And there's 1 more to go.
And I believe in 2021, we had what, 13?
10.
10.
Letter M, amending Charter Article 6, Section 1F by removing for a period of 120 days 2 4 absences in a calendar year, unless that member shall have been granted leave of absence by the unanimous vote of the remaining members of the board, be considered to have vacated that member's office as a member of the board.
This was a problem while I was at PUB, so I'm in favor of it.
How often do they meet right now?
Once a month, unless there's special meetings.
Okay. Yeah, I move to deny this.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have discussion. What is it you don't like about this? You want more?
No, I leave it alone. 120 days is 4 months. They meet once a month. That's 4 meetings in a row.
Uh-huh.
But now we're saying any 4 meetings in a calendar year, you're out?
Well, that's 40%, 30%.
Well, the problem when I was there was someone would show up right as they would almost be at the 120 mark so that they could save their seat.
Mhm.
So they were maybe coming to 3 meetings a year.
But then you require the unanimous vote of the rest of the board to grant this an excused or unexcused?
No, right now, there's no such policy. You couldn't do anything about it because the only people who.
No,
can
I think it
remove-
is there. The current charter, the charter language is in black, correct?
That's correct.
So currently it's about unanimous approval to grant.
That was never considered.
I'm not sure it needs to be changed, because if somebody's absent 4 times, then we can use one of our 3. I mean, in theory, you could use one of
That's
the
true.
3.
We can remove them.
Off.
I think the issue will be, Mayor, is we won't even know who's absent,
Yeah,
who's not
that's
absent.
what was happening.
Like we here at the city commission.
Maybe they could add it to their quarterly reports.
Unless he's the one not there.
I think you'd know pretty quick if somebody's not there
And I think when we do board appointments, and you guys know I've asked before, I want to see the attendance reports for the boards. We want to see the attendance reports for PUB also. And if somebody's got excessive number of absences, we should consider removal. And same thing with their trainings, their Texas Open Meetings Act, everything else. If they're not up to par, get rid of them.
What's excessive for you?
120 days.
Roy runs a tight ship. Excessive
I
is
do.
miss one meeting a year. That's excessive.
But it gets tighter if you do it the way it's written here, Doug. I mean,
Well, no, but this
You're
is,
talking
this
about-
is an automatic. This is saying it's automatic resignation, correct? Is what the Charter Review Committee is recommending. I'm saying leave it the way it is. And even if they're not at 120 days, if we think they've got excessive absences, we remove them. True.
They will be terminated.
Rose, I can't hear what you're saying. Is your mic
Yeah,
off?
he can't hear you.
This would make it to where we, the commission, don't have to take the time to terminate them because they would automatically be terminated, right?
it wouldn't be one of our three.
Wouldn't be one of our three.
Now then, let me play devil's advocate for a second. Let's say someone's very ill and misses 4 meetings.
Well, that's an excuse.
Well, no, but here's the thing. At the next meeting where whether or not it's excused requires unanimous vote of the remaining board. And let's say at that next meeting, one of the board members is absent. That means you did not get a unanimous vote of the remaining boards. Your absences are not excused. You're gone.
Is that unanimous of the people present?
No,
or-
it doesn't. It says of the remaining members of the board. It doesn't say present.
But you can change it.
Can you,
Yeah, you can change it.
No, I'm just saying what it is today.
Yes, you can change it in this particular one. So your motion would be to amend whatever
But
the
yes,
recommendation
that-
was.
But today it does say it has to be the remaining members of the board must be unanimous, not just the ones present at the meeting.
Correct, the remaining members of the board, so it'd be all 7 members.
Or all
Six.
6.
Well, 6 that would be left, yes.
No 6 votes, no excused absence. Even if it was actual health issues, actual death in the family. We should be the watchdogs anyway. We should be taking action. Not everything, but with the most important boards, we should be paying closer attention. When they,
Yes, but in this case, I think they should police themselves. But that's just me.
Yeah, well, there's a motion, a
there was a
second.
motion and a second to deny this one.
Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Roll call, please.
Yes, please. Commissioner Cardenas?
Nay.
Aye.
Okay.
I vote nay.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye. Nays have it.
Nays have it.
I move to approve the 4 times from any meeting in a calendar year. That
Second.
language.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, discussion. Who's going to give the reports? Because I will want monthly reports. And again, if one PUB board member is absent and there was not a unanimous vote, I will expect all of those votes to be registered as unexcused. If that's where we're going to go, then we better follow the rules.
Just go to the meetings and take roll, Roy.
No, I think we just said they should be policing it. So it goes back to, I don't care if it's their attorney, their auditor, how it's going to work, but if we're saying we're going to leave it in their hands completely, we've done that several times.
Does someone take attendance at the board meetings?
Yeah.
So it should be easily produced.
I guess what you could always do is because they're going to provide you quarterly reports of that past to add any absences.
Yeah, but I don't want to find out 3 months later that somebody had 4 absences and nobody ever bothered to take a vote on whether or not to excuse them. But that person has continued to vote meeting after meeting after meeting, when technically they're off. And now we have to go back and recalculate how many votes were split decisions, and are those votes valid now? Because that's an automatic thing now. 4 absences, Any vote you take after that is not a valid vote
I
because
have,
you don't have the right to vote as a board member anymore.
I have a thought on that, but I know it's off topic, so I won't go into it.
Let me
Because
also.
by changing it to this, that it's automatic, that's the reality. Is even if everybody's letting them sit there and talk business and vote, they don't have a vote. If there has not been a unanimous vote, they don't have a vote.
If I can bring up something here, there's no real clarification as to whether it's a regular meeting or special meeting, but I can tell you, we've had a ton of special meetings this last 12 months at PUB. And sometimes those are hard to make because they're scheduled on short notice, like last week, for example. And I think there was going to be another one this week that got canceled. Just like the city, sometimes we have to schedule special meetings. It seems like they're more common now. So if there's going to be a motion for this, I would just ask that it clarify 4 times from any regular meeting. I think that's.
Okay, I'd like to reconsider my motion.
You don't have to reconsider, we haven't voted yet.
Well,
You can just
but it's already a
change it.
first and a second.
You can just change it.
No, we
You
voted.
made the motion. You haven't voted.
And if I can just make a comment, the Charter Review Committee did consider special meetings when they made this recommendation, and they made it anyway, based off the fact of special and regular meetings.
So how do I go about
Change
changing?
your motion.
You would
I'd like
just
to change my
amend your motion.
motion to 4 of the 12 regular meetings during the year.
Yeah, 4 times from any regular meeting in a calendar year.
Yes.
I'll
We have a
second that.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it, motion carries.
Mayor Pro Tem, it is now 8:40. If you would like to make a motion for executive session?
I'll entertain a motion to enter executive session.
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
As you head out, let me tell you that it was a great honor to serve on this committee. And we had
Thank you
some
for
Thank you,
sharing
David.
this.
really, really good participants.
Oh, we'll bring you back for another board. Thank you for letting us know you like
The
it.
following agenda items will be considered during executive. Item number 1, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney to receive legal advice from legal counsel, and 551.087 to deliberate economic development, negotiations, and financial information received for Project Domino. Item number 2, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, including contemplated or pending litigation and/or settlement offer related to Paul Seals, Port Isabel, Laguna Vista versus Bronzeville. Item number 3, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, including contemplated or pending litigation and/or settlement offer related to PDAP. Item number 4, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, including contemplated or pending litigation and/or settlement offer related to Culver versus Bronzeville. Item number 5, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, including contemplated or pending litigation and/or settlement offer related to H2O. Item number 6, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.072, real property related to potential acquisition, exchange, lease, valuation, sale, or purchase of real property described as parcels 1 through 4, being portions of acres of land out of Amigo Land, Section 1, Unit C. Item number 7, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney to receive legal advice from legal counsel, and 551.087 to deliberate economic development negotiations and financial information received for Rich Products Corporation. It is now 10:24. Possible action on items, on any items as discussed in executive session. Item number 1, consideration and action, if any, related to Paul Seals, Port Isabel Laguna Vista versus Brownsville.
This one, no action. Thank you.
Item number 2, consideration and action, if any, related to PDAP.
This one, no action. Thank you.
Item number 3, consideration and action, if any, related to Culver versus Brownsville.
No action.
Item number 4, consideration and action, if any, related to H2O.
As directed, or as discussed in executive session.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number 5, consideration and action, if any, related to a Chapter 380 incentive agreement with Rich Products Corporation.
I'll make a motion to approve the 380 incentive agreement with Rich Products Corporation, subject to final approval by the city attorney and city manager's office as discussed in executive session.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number 6, consideration and action, if any, related to economic development negotiations and financial information received for Project Domino.
I'll move to approve resolution 2023-010.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
In a second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned, guys. Thank you.
10:26, meeting has ended.